morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever you lead. And I am the host, Elise. And guess what, guys? This morning, hi, Rhonda. Thank you so much, honey. God bless the USA. Guess what? I just have to tell you guys this morning. I would like you all to be on full alert. The trolls are a-coming. The sewer turtle himself, the little gremlin, is angry about what we are going to talk about at lunch with TV2 and has advertised our live stream. So be ready. I have my finger on the trigger. We have our mods. They are very quick when it comes to removing trolls. So just be ready for the trolls. We will remove them quickly, so you don't have to deal with them too much. But some of them like to sneak on in there. And, try to pretend they're. Oh, that's totally fine, freak. Whichever way you want to do it, my friend. Whichever way you want to do it. You are the tech master, not me, sir. You're my amazing tech person from overseas, and I appreciate you more than you know. So yeah, we got, the trolls are a-coming. Just everybody ring the troll bell. Don't feed them. Don't feed them. We don't want them back. We don't want them back. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you. So I love when she says they're being taken out of context, JMS, because if you put it into context, by the way, I already sent out links to B-Tim has one. I sent it to him already. I sent one over to TV2 through Ash. But I love when she says that, because the full context of the clip that we saw yesterday of her saying it's Mario and Jen McCain is them talking about how the jury has to believe her for 227, because if they don't believe her, she looks guilty. So I don't understand how that context she thinks is going to help her. But I guess for delusional people, maybe, I don't know. Maybe for delusional people that works. But I'm not sure. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Scorpio. Good morning, Elma. Yeah. So, I mean, for those of you just popping in, put your armor gear on for the trolls. Then they're a-coming. The little gremlin, the sewer turtle, is a little bit angry with us today. He's angry that we're going to be talking about the letter that was sent to the judge about him. So I just want you all to be prepared for trolls. They're coming. So whether it's now or at lunch, don't feed them. We don't want them back. Well, they'll just be booted quickly. But, yes, we are on troll alert. We are on stage 5 clinger alert. That's what we're dealing with right now. Stage 5 clinger alert. I love that he's so interested in my very little show. It shows you how very insecure the man is. I shouldn't matter to him, not even a little. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I have to say shouldn't matter if he's so big and bad, right? As we know, that's not the case. Half of his watchers are hate watchers anyway. Like, hey, Sunken, we missed you, my friend. Thank you, Joan. I appreciate you. Yes, get that restriction finger ready. I have my block and boot finger ready. Don't you worry. It's on the trigger. Always is. I'm very quick myself. So we are ready for the trolls. We don't want to feed them. We don't want them back. He can have them back. He can totally have them. We do not want them. While we're waiting, do me a favor and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're going to get this thing rolling. If you'd like to donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We don't have monetization. We only have these things to donate to the channel that are on your screen right now. We also have an Apple Pay link and a Revolut link for the people who are out of country. This works for all over the world. It's a great option for actually even other creators that have people who watch them from all over the world. So we have Revolut, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Chime, and an Apple Pay link. And when all else fails, we get good old e-gift cards, which I appreciate. A lot of you have sent those for like Amazon or coffee. I just found out that Mary Lou's News doesn't do like e-gift cards. I think I want to strike. Like, I want a whole strike going on. I need like emails sent. Like, excuse you, Mary Lou's. I would appreciate if you would do e-gift cards, because just people like to spend it on your app. You have an app now, okay? Like, we would like to use that. Like, that's okay. Accidental modding, that may happen. If you accidentally, by the way, just throwing this out there, if you accidentally get booted because we're trying to be fast and get rid of trolls, and like your comment pops up below or above it and it accidentally like boots you, just email me or get a hold of Ash or Freak, get on the Discord, email me at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. We will fix it, I promise, but it does happen by accident sometimes when you're trying to be quick. I don't want anybody booted who shouldn't be, but it inevitably does happen sometimes. So if it happens, do not be like, oh, I was just blocked. Oh my God, what did I do wrong? You probably didn't do anything. It's probably just us and we will fix it. I promise. Just reach out. All right. So you would never get banned. Stop it. You're stuck with me for life. Sorry for you. Right? You don't have a remove button, but what you all do have is a block button. So you can block the trolls on your own end. So you don't even have to see their stupid comments, although they may stay up there for about 30 seconds. Yeah, he is at the buffer zone today. Yay. Buchanan is the first witness. Yeah, Trooper God bless the USA is what Mama Bree calls him. I have met Trooper Buchanan. He's a nice guy. Twisted Tragedies 3@gmail.com. Twisted Tragedies 3@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. Just in case. Just in case. But you guys also know you can get me on Facebook, or usually Facebook I'm really slow with. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm really slow with Facebook, and it's because I'm answering phone calls, text messages, and the things on Discord pop up like immediately. So that too. So Facebook and X, I am like uber slow on. So like, if you want to get in touch with me right away, it's probably quicker to do like email or Discord than it is to get me on Facebook or X. I'm just slower with those two. I apologize. The accidental finger. Yeah, that's accidentally on purpose. What do you mean, Ash? That's accidentally on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he's got an impressive resume. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has a very impressive resume. Hey, DJ, very impressive resume. So I love that they just like, oh, Officer Buchanan. Like, have you ever met him? If any of you ever met him, like, well, we know the trolls, the only time they have met him is when he's out there to question them about their vile, disgusting behavior. But here's the thing. You don't get questioned about that kind of behavior if you don't do that kind of behavior. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that awesome? It's like totally amazing. Also, I was thinking this morning about Kevin. And I was thinking maybe we should send him flowers. He's at the hospital. So I sent him a message, obviously, to give him well wishes, but I think it would be a nice thing to send him some flowers. So I think I'm going to send him some flowers, and I'll just sign it from all of us because we all send our well wishes. So I think I'm going to send some flowers over to Kevin at the hospital, because I know that if I was in the hospital, that would make me feel good. You know what I mean? Like, that would make me feel good. And I know with everything that I've been through with my kiddo and everything she goes through herself, like, it's nice once in a while to know that like people are thinking of you. You know what I mean? That you're not alone and people are thinking of you. And so I think it's a smart idea. We're going to send him some flowers and say, get better quickly, sir. I think we're going to do that. And I will sign it from the whole Twisted Tragedies family. But I'm going to try to do that this afternoon after court's over, and get those sent over to Kevin ASAP. I know. I feel like if it was me, right, that would cheer me up a little. I know it's not like a, huge thing, like, but it would cheer me up if I was in the hospital. You know what I mean? Like, when my daughter was in the hospital, and we've been in the hospital a lot the last 6 months, she'll be out for like a week and then back in for weeks. So like, but when she's in the hospital, she has friends that will send her things to do. Like, she likes to paint, like and even though she's blind, funny enough, she likes to paint the ceramics. She used to love to read. She wants Audible, but she used to love to read. And now she's blind, so she can't really like read like she wants to. But she likes to paint. She's very crafty, and she figures it out because her hands are like this, like they're stuck like this, like, like with the arthritis, the bones have fused. And so her fingers on this hand, at least this one's starting like, it's like this, but this hand's like this. So she still gets the paintbrush in there, and she still, she does it in her own way, but she likes to do crafts like that. So her friend sent her some like ceramics so she could paint them at the hospital, and some squishies so she could squish it in her hand. It's like therapy too, so use it for therapy, and like certain things that she could do, because at the hospital they have stuff for like little kids to do, but there isn't really much for kids like 15 to 25. You know what I mean? Like there's video games, but if you're not a video gamer and my kid is not, there's not really much to do, especially if you're like, blind, like my kiddo is. And when I say blind, like I think people assume that like blind means you just see nothing at all. And that's true for some people. For my daughter, she went blind. She wasn't always blind. She went blind in each eye separately from uveitis, from her disease causing this. And so she had one eye for a very, very long time. And then that one sort of lost. They did a surgery. She got like a little bit of sight back, but she can only see about this close to her face. But if she gets it this close and turns it into a certain angle with the light, she can see a little bit. So she likes to try to do some things. Like when she's like texting, she has like a thing on her app that tells her what everything is saying, and she can speak to it and tell it what to do on the iPhone. Thank God. And I think that's amazing. Thank you, Apple, for that. For people who are, physically and have these problems with either hearing or seeing, and mobilization with their fingers and stuff. So I think it's great that they have that. But I think we're gonna, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're just gonna send Kevin some flowers and say like, hey, speedy recovery, my friend. Hope you feel better. You gotta fight. It is the thought that counts. I just feel like if I was there, and I don't know Kevin's favorite things, or I would send like his favorite snacks, or like, his favorite things to do. Like that's what I would do if I knew like his specific. But I think flowers is a nice way of saying like, hey, we appreciate you, and we hope that you get better quickly. So we're going to try to do that this afternoon, and I'll sign it from all of us, because we all send our well wishes, not just me. We all send our well wishes. I'll pay for them. I'll pay for them. I have I'm sure they're not going to be more than $50. I'll use whatever I make today and pay for them. It's not a big deal. And I'll just sign it from everyone. Yeah, I mean, listen, cancer is not easy. Cancer is one of those things that, I lost my grandfather to pancreatic cancer. My 89-year-old grandmother, who lives in Florida, has beat cancer twice, and now she's gotten a third bout of skin cancer. So I'm hoping to try to get down there in the fall maybe and see her. But cancer is no joke, and you can live years and years and years like Kevin has with cancer and treatments at this point. But there comes a point where like maybe your body rejects the medication, or, your body's starting to say like, no, this isn't working anymore. And maybe they need to switch up, to switch up some medications, or switch up. I know he's had been doing some chemo. My daughter has done chemo, not for cancer, but for her disease, but it's the same drug that you would get if you had cancer, and it's got the same side effects. So believe me when I say I get it, I totally get it. Oh yeah, that was hilarious at best. Outside saying they love Canton. You're outside D&E saying you love Canton. Stop it. Like, you could go anywhere in Canton. You need to be outside D&E. Like, stop it. Like, they don't, Jesse, and it's really kind of sad. You should bring the family over, Jesse, for Mother's Day. I'm going to try to have a cookout here at my house. The kids play out in the yard. Good morning, Jezebel. Good morning, everybody. So if we're going to see Trooper Buchanan today, that's going to be exciting. I'm going to tell you this. Knowing him, like meeting him, I'll tell you, he's not going to take the bullshit. He's not going to take the bullshit. He's going to be very stern. But he's like, he makes faces. You'll see faces if he's like, what the fuck? Like, let Alessi cross. I don't think they're going to have Alessi cross him, but if they do, oh my God, the faces that we would get from him would be amazing. Like, amazing. Well, they do it at the police station, which is sad, which is one of the reasons why we sort of went down there and ordered pizzas from D&E and had them sent over to the Canton PD, because we wanted to sort of boost their morale. It's not fair to them that they have to live thinking that if one of them, died working, that like everybody would have a party over that. Like that's disgusting. The fact that anybody would think that's okay is gross, in my opinion. So I'm glad that we went down there, and I'm so happy. I'm so grateful to Chris, because he had the great idea. I didn't even have this idea. He had the great idea of sending the pizzas out a couple at a time over a long period of time, so that each like shift got hot pizza. So that was brilliant, Chris. Thank you, because I didn't think of it. And then me and Ashley brought coffee down to them to the station. and they were very appreciative. And we sent a card with the pizza just to say, like, hey, you're not alone. There's people all over the world that support you and think that you're amazing and that you guys have been through hell and back. And I know, because been there, done that. And you're not by yourself. And I think more people should start just showing their appreciation to their first responders, whether it's the police station or the firefighters. Like, I will tell you, I'm one of those people that doesn't love the police. I just don't. I've been through corruption myself with them, and cops who have lied, but I don't hate them either. Like, many people who know me, who've been out with me, will tell you, like, if there's a first responder, whether it's a cop or a firefighter or even a CO, I always buy their coffee if I'm in line and they're in front or behind me. If they're in front of me, I usually just sneak up to the lady because I go to the same place, and I just hold my card up and she knows, and I'll just tap it real quick and then like step back to where I was, and they never even see me. They turn around when the lady's like, oh, it's been taken care of. They turn around and look around and there's a line of people. They have no idea who it was, you know? But oh my God, these people are dumb. Wow, Leon, that's amazing. Leon said that he saw someone in X who thought that Alessi actually got access to the Apple source code for his Cross of Hyde. You have to be an absolute effing genius. An effing genius to think that Apple is giving their source code to Robert Alessi, or any defense for that matter, you idiots. Apple source code only Apple has, and only Apple will ever have. They don't have to give up their source code to anybody, nor would they. If they gave it to anybody, it could be sold. It could be trade secrets and whatnot. Like, come on now. It's their property. It's their intellectual property, their source code. There's a reason why nobody, not even examiners like Jessica Hyde or Ian Whiffen, have the source code for Apple. So the fact that 1,000 people liked or thought that Alessi got the source code is just stupidity. In like, is this real life? I feel like this is like, not to take the words out of John Smalt or anything, but like, this is like a movie, right? Like, I don't think anybody could have ever imagined, okay, that Ashley is a kind person. What do you mean? Rosewater, you're not the regular Rosewater. I said I would buy flowers for Kevin and sign our names on it. So I don't know what you mean. But once again, troll alert, everyone. There are 2 Rosewaters. Let's remember that. There's the real one and there's the fake one. That's amazing, though. They do live in a totally different reality. Like, time to wake the hell up. Like, time to wake the hell up. Like, well, they have Richard Green they could use. Richard Green. I don't know how much fun that's going to be. But they're going to have Richard, for them at least. For us, it's going to be amazing. And then they have Marie Russell, the dog lady, right? Super fun for us, but not so fun for them. They have Arca, right? Arca would be fun for us with that cross-examination, and that are cross-examination for us. That would be fun for us, but not so fun for them. Like, it was very brilliant. It was brilliant. It was freaking brilliant. And to leave the jury with that for the rest of the night. Like, for the rest of the night, for them to sit on that all night long, like, until this morning. Like, now a song just came into my head. All night long. I'm sorry, I can't. Like, yes, there are bad people in all professions. We know that. There are bad lawyers, there are bad doctors, there are bad police officers, there are bad everything, you know? Like,
hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know, a lot of the trials we cover.
I'll mute that because we don't want to listen to that guy's voice. Yeah, it's I don't understand. Like, this comment is inappropriate, Rosewater. Like, nobody takes advantage of anybody. Nobody's forced to do anything or not do anything. So I don't even know what that means. I said, I would pay for the flowers for Kevin and I would sign all of our names because I think it's a nice thing to do. So I don't know how you would think. Like, what? Again, different reality for people, I guess. Like, exactly. So different apps are different with this sort, like it interacts differently with each app. And that's why it's constantly updated. And that's what Jessica Hyde was sort of talking about yesterday, is like it's constantly updated because new apps are being added. And then if there's bugs, there has to be bug fixes, right? Like, so it's constantly being updated to fix those bugs and like little things that happen from different apps, you know? Like I loved, good morning, Daniel. I loved the food. The pizza and the chicken. I loved that. I loved that. I know. This is what happens. Told you. Listen, you warned me this morning, so I didn't even have to warn you. You warned me this morning. Right? Like what? That's not the real rose water, because the real rose water doesn't speak that way. I suspect I know who it is. No. He wouldn't. Clearly, he had no idea what he was talking about. I want to know, actually, for you guys that are like super techie, like I'm techie, but not like freak, or like some of you other people like Maestro and Insider Man. Like a lot of you guys are very, very like tech-like way more techie than even I could be. Like my brother's level of like tech. I'm like, you know, mid to like mere tech. Okay. I understood everything Jessica Hyde was talking about. But some of this stuff, like I'm like, you know, I know how like in layman's terms, like it would need to be explained, not in like the tech terms that it's in. But how cringeworthy was that for those of you that like do this for a living? Like this is your thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is your, like, you love this. Like tech is your life. Like how cringeworthy were Alessi's questions yesterday for the tech stuff? I just need to know. Like I need to know. Yes, open source is the exception, and very little people use open source, but I find it funny when they do use open source, because then you can sort of tap into it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's not fair, but I'm always on high alert for these people anyway. I've been dealing with them privately since 2023, every single day, whether it's emails, text messages, phone calls, DMs, like you name it, I deal with it every single day from these people. So I'm already on high alert when it comes to them anyway, but it's not fair to you guys because I'm used to it at this point. I've been dealing with them for a long time. Like, yeah, I don't even know how they didn't like avert their eyes and put their heads down, to be honest. Like, I'd be so ashamed. Like, very vindictive. Talk about marinating something. Well, that's what the sewer turtle does. He marinates in his angriness. Nope, just a normal purse. I wish I could pay you guys. If I made like decent enough money, I would pay my mods because I feel like they do a job as well, you know? Like, never mind the fact that like if I've ever taken donations for anything, like when we did for the pizza, I had people with me. I dropped all the money into the tip jar after I paid for the pizza. I thought it was like a low price that Chris gave us. So, and I think he did that on purpose. So we dropped all of the extra money, Ashley's idea, great idea, right into the tip jar. Like all the 20s, right into the tip jar. And then we used the rest to get the coffee. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I mean, I don't know how they couldn't avert their eyes. Like I'd be embarrassed. And maybe that's why the sister's not around. She's probably embarrassed, and I don't blame her. I would be too. Like, you know, well, that it does. It shows that like it's me or you, Jen, right? Like the jury's either going to believe it was me or it's going to be you. Like to say that publicly is kind of stupid if you ask me. Like, thank you, Jesse. And we're talking about somebody that came from the side of FKR here. So that this means a lot to the channel, Jesse. Thank you. Like, I know. And you said it amazingly, Brie, at the end of the show yesterday. You came on and said it amazingly. Like you just threw it right on out there the way that it should be, you know? Like Matt Johnson from Court TV and other free Karen radio interviews Karen and her father after court. I mean, all of them do. All of the mainstream media go out there and ask her questions, but they ask her softball questions. They don't ask her real effing questions, not questions that I would ask. Like, Jen is the one who was telling Karen to stop talking when she was confessing to McLaughlin. Yeah, Jen was trying to help her out, dude, because at that point she didn't realize that's Karen had done that. She would think she was just saying shit, you know? She thought that like she was just like being hysterical and just throwing shit out there and blaming herself. That's what Jen thought. So Jen's like, dude, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Carrie's like, shut the fuck up. Stop making stupid statements. You're gonna get yourself arrested, basically. Like, shut the fuck up. And excuse my French, but like that's what they told her. That's what they said. They told her to shut the F up. And so it's like, come on, man. Like, they were trying to help her out. And yeah, Alessi did make an ass out of him. Anybody saying he didn't is like just lying. And that's like lying, or like they're just repeating. You know what I'm saying? They're repeating. That's half the problem, is they just repeat things that they've been told without looking into it. And this is why I tell you guys specifically, always look into the information. Always, 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 always. Yeah, exactly. Should we play that clip? I think we should. We should play that clip for a second. Here comes the clown. Hey, Anna. I'm sorry we had to do it. No, yeah, I don't think Victoria George is on this case anymore. And JMS, you are 100% right. Alessi does equal torture. Send in the clowns. I don't know, Sarah Lynn. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know how long they're going to take with Buchanan. If they take too long, maybe not. I'm not really sure. I also don't know when they're going to try to call Proctor, if it's going to be now or if it's going to be at the end of the case. I'm not really, like the end of the Commonwealth case. I'm not really sure. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you, my friends. I know some of them do. They sort of want to, when they want to avoid the press when they come out, they use the ramp and they just get the hell out of there. When they want to talk, they use the stairs. Like Karen likes to pick and choose when she goes in. Like, oh yeah, talking to the state troopers. He wants them to keep him safe, but at the same time, they're all, you know, they're all just corrupt, right? Like, I got my clips ready, Jonah. I have them ready. I think there were some emails sent to the court about her texting on her phone. So I'm pretty sure that will be taken care of at some point. You know, it might take a day or two, but I fully believe the court will deal with that matter. Like, that's right. Chris does a lot for the community, believe it or not. He does quite a bit for the community there in Canton without, you know, he does it quietly. He doesn't need a pat on the back. Like, you know, when I want to do things and it's on camera, it's to inspire other people to want to do those things. Like, the whole point of getting it on camera is to try to make a domino effect of people wanting to do the same thing, right? Like, you're doing something nice, you want other people to want to do something nice. And maybe that might inspire one or even two people to want to do something nice for their neighbor or their local business or their friend or their family member. And like, that's the point. Like, I love when people say like, oh, you just only got camera for clout. And I see that on a lot of channels that do like, that do that for like, that's what their whole content is, like going out and like giving money to the homeless or like, you know, whatever. And I think they misunderstand. I think people misunderstand. It's not for clout. It's not for clicks. It's not for views. And I mean, the clicks and views are great because then more people see it and then you can inspire more people. It's for inspiration. It's so that you create a domino effect around the world, that maybe we can be a little nicer to each other. Maybe we can be a little bit kinder. Maybe once in a while we can do nice things for other people and not only think about ourselves. That's what you hope to get out of that. I'm going to unmute that just because it's already muted on their end. That's okay, Jane. If you don't know tech, a lot of people really didn't. But I do love that she used the food. I think that was a good explanation. Hey, Jackie. Well, there's not a lot of people there. I mean, the sewer turtle yelled at everybody to go there, but I don't think a ton of people are still going to show up just because he's there. He might get a couple minions, but I don't think he's going to have much. Just everybody be ready for the trolls. He decided he was going to talk about our show because he's very upset about what we're going to talk about on the lunch break. So he decided he was going to tell the trolls to come here. So at some point they'll be here. Well, they're probably, looking at the numbers, they're definitely already lurking, but the Faraday bag, right? But also the only point that I remember about it was the Faraday bag, right? But the Faraday bag doesn't even matter. The defense isn't contesting anything in John's phone. It's not Jen's phone he was talking about. He's talking about John's phone, the deceased, the person who has passed away. Why would you need to Faraday their phone? What reason would you have to Faraday a deceased person's phone if you didn't think anybody had access to it to wipe it? Which clearly they did not think anybody had access to like remote wipe it or anything. So there was no reason for them to Faraday bag a person who had just passed away's phone. And at that point, when they took his phone from Kerry, because it was underneath him, they did not know that they had a homicide at that point. That was right away. They had no idea. You don't always know. And him shouldn't have actually even been able to ask Jessica Hyde those questions because she's not a cop. She doesn't do police protocol. And it would be up to each department to decide when and how it's done. Not a tech expert. How would a tech expert want it done? That's one thing. But how it's actually done, that's misrepresenting how it's actually done. And it's left up to department for best practices because you're in different areas of the country, right? Like what might be appropriate here in Massachusetts might not be appropriate somewhere like Florida. You know what I'm saying? Like, always kills me. I love you guys and your one-liners. If it wasn't for you guys and you guys making me laugh, I don't think I would survive this. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying. Bring in the clowns, goddammit. Yes, you're showing in chat. Of course you are. It is a circus. Absolutely a freaking circus. I see you. What's it, Karen? I see you. I will hunt you down. Well, we know that they have, I know, right? Karen, her face on that is just like how I feel about this whole thing. Well, we know Richard Green, Marie Russell, Martha.
All persons
Not
having
much.
anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court,
Rosewater, nobody wants to We know who you are.
give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right. Good morning, Counsel.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Yep.
This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from
It's the right thing to
discussing this
do.
case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Just to
Everyone's
say we
yes,
care.
you are affirmed.
We give a shit.
Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
It's the fake Rosewater. Let's make that clear.
Did
they're
anyone
gone.
happen to see, hear?
If he wants to come in with his real name and talk shit, he could do that. But he won't because he's a coward.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
Exactly the point. Exactly the point, Susie. No, I'm not buffering. Are you still seeing buffering, Holly? Tell me in the chat if you're still seeing buffering, darling. I'm not getting any buffering over here. Yeah, you saw that? Just boom, I'm on the trigger. Yeah, maybe go out and come back in. That might help. Right? Me either, DJ. I've never seen a client keep going to sidebar like that. Oh, not through YouTube.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna see that's the
Mr.
shit
Brennan,
that
whenever
YouTube
you're
does.
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
If they
morning.
think it's like a troll,
Good morning,
like
sir.
Could you
fake
please
account, they'll
introduce yourself
unsubscribe
to
it.
the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Just go ahead.
Objecting?
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When were you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the Homicide Unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the Homicide Unit for the State Police. How many different troopers work in the Homicide Unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond. And then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, et cetera.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we received, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes. 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by crime scene services member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes. During our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike. based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the
Yeah.
other sneaker was?
This is normal
I did not, no.
for investigation.
But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
What the-
Did
Striking
you know
something?
where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she
Yes.
traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Sorry, was that a sidebar? My bad. I was trying to order the flowers for Kevin. And I was on the phone with the hospital because they have their own flower people that they're, find out if you're allowed to have them first, which they did. They said he's allowed to have them. So I was trying to order them when I was on the phone, and then I heard it go dead, and I was like, are they on a sidebar or something? I would play the sidebar thing, but I don't know how long it's been. I don't want to play it while we're probably going to go back to watching it. But of course, they have to do this to interrupt the glorious sidebars. But flowers ordered. They should bring them up to Kevin. She's going to make them. I asked her to do some blues and greens because he's a guy, blues and greens. And she said she could add some sunflowers in because they're really pretty and bright. I said, just something that makes someone feel like we're thinking of them. And I had her, so what do you want to write on the card? I said, we're going to write, get well soon. Love the Twisted Tragedies family. So that's what the card says. All paid for, all done. Hopefully he'll get them in the next, however long it takes them to put them together and send them up to him. So I didn't know they had to check though, to see if you could have them, but they said he could. So I was like, oh, wait, no, hold on. So all done, all set, sent. I know, right? Sidebar, interrupting this trial over and over and over and over and over. I don't want to play the little sidebar thing because it might interrupt when we go back. No, I didn't. We did. Because even if I'm just doing it, it's coming from all of us. All of us wish him well. All of us. And there might be people here who don't that's why I didn't say oh, if anybody wants to help out, because there might be people who can't help out with money and they still deserve to say, get well, feel better, Kevin, So I would do it for any of you. And it's the right thing to do. He's not alone. And cancer is not fun. I'll tell you that much. I don't wish it on my worst enemy, not even the sewer turtle, because cancer is just an ugly, ugly thing. I lost my grandfather to cancer. My grandmother has now beat it twice, and 2 grandfathers they lost to cancer. My grandmother has beat it twice, and now she's on her 3rd bout, and this one's skin cancer. So, no, you don't have to send money, Jen. I already paid for it. It's all done. I actually haven't read the donations that I got, so let me read those. We're an hour and 20 minutes in. So let me see, make sure there isn't any to read. I already paid for it. It's all done. I asked her to make it big and beautiful and bright. And so she said, I asked for blues and greens, and she's going to put some sunflowers in there. I said, just to make it like feel like, bright. Like, you don't want anything kind of dreary. You want something bright, All right, we have a PayPal from DJ, sends $20 and says, it's DJ, just to help with the flowers with Kevin. Oh, that's nice. Wish there were more people like you. There are plenty of people like me. Grave sends $20 and says, for whatever. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. I'm not going to read this person's name because it's their real name, and I don't know their screen name connected to it, but they send $10 instead for coffee and Kevin. You guys don't have to send money for Kevin. I already paid for it. And Arlene sends 20 on Venmo to help with Kevin's love. You guys are so nice. I already paid for it. It's all done. Oh, see, it just came through my card right now. I asked her to go up until like the 70 range. So it's covered. It's done. I hope they're big and beautiful and bright. Jen, thank you for your $20 donation. I appreciate you. Yes, when she mentioned sunflowers, I was like, ooh, yes, those are bright and beautiful. Like, yes, sunflowers. Because I said blues and greens. He's a guy. You don't want to send him pink flowers. You know what I mean? Like, yes, they're flowers, but like, you want to send him pink flowers. Like, how about some blues and greens? And then she was like, yeah, we can do sunflowers too, which are bright. And I was like, ooh, perfect. Like, you're the florist, then you can put them together. Like,
all right. So is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give a humane practice instruction?
Humane practice instruction?
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They're secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay. No, you can't approach, and they didn't touch it. Being near it is not touching it, and he doesn't want the jury to know that they didn't actually touch it. He wants them to watch a video and decide that maybe he could have touched it. That's what the objection's for. Wowza. So I'll tell you the big mic drop here was that Karen made the statement to Yuri Buchanan that John hit his head 2 days ago and asked her about it. First of all, why would you ask her? But secondly, how do you know that he had a crack to his skull at that point? You know that he's not breathing. You know you can see blood, but how do you know exactly what the injury is? How do you know exactly what the injury is? So for her to know exactly what the injury is to him, and then make the excuse on why he has that injury. He didn't crack his skull 2 days prior. That's for damn sure. That right there is a bomb drop. That's what that is.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
If I'm the jury, I don't even know what that means, nor
From
do I
the
care.
point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local Courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated sally port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated sally port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Need to strike it.
I'll strike that, ask you differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sandra.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene, had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, the ME can testify to how old the injury was to his head, and it wasn't from 2 days prior. Nobody cracks their skull 2 days prior, walks around like that, as we know.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
284.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the.
I see.
The
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
Yes, normally we do. We do. Unfortunately, when the troopers come, oftentimes we see pieces of evidence that they open and handle.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you.
They cut them off of him, so they try not to show the autopsy photos. But yes, it's very sad for the family. Oh, the belt that she claimed for months to people that was missing, just like the hat and the shoe that she claimed everybody was missing and they never recovered, like the liar that she is. Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, TV's girlfriend's always there because he can't be there for certain people, so he just sends her instead. He wasn't on the list this week, so he's got to send someone in.
85.
I don't think we saw the pants. We saw the shirts. We saw the shirts. I remember seeing the shirts and the.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
That's
Yes,
a
I
different
did.
girl.
Have you seen
That's
the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they once cut off one of my favorite
Your Honor, I'd
sweatshirts.
move this item into evidence.
Cut it right off me. When I woke up, one of the first things I asked for was my sweatshirt, and they were like, "Yeah, no, we cut that off of you."
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
No, for the kitty. I'm sorry, Anna. I love kitties. Poor thing. I send you all my love, all the kitty love. That's a different girl with the negligee. Anna, I know which one you're talking about. That's Esty. Her husband's a surgeon. Isn't that a shock?
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from. From 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
muted. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's not unmuting me after I play the clip. I don't know why. It mutes you when you play clips, and it's supposed to unmute you when it's done, but twice now it hasn't done it. But anyway, the point is, yes, no, he can't be there for certain people. He cannot be there for certain people. He wasn't picked for the pool this week. He wasn't picked for the pool backup, but still there are certain people he can't be there for. There are stay away orders. The kids are probably testifying soon, it looks like. The ring guy is going to testify soon, it looks like. They've called to have him called into court. So looks like they're looking to have him come in soon. Bevdel's look pissed off. I'd be pissed off too, because they keep objecting to things that like there's no reason to object to. I don't know. That's a damn good question. I mean, I think a lot of people, B. Harley, unfortunately, don't know about his past before they get involved with him. And then very shortly thereafter, they, like Lindsay, they realize, oh shit, what did I get myself into? This guy's crazy. And they have to try to safely get themselves out of an abusive situation. And believe me, been there, done that. Even when you want to get out of an abusive situation, you don't just jump right out because you're afraid the person will harm you or the people that you care about. So you have to plan. You have to slowly plan on how the hell to get out of there safely. Oh, morning recess at 10:30. Oh, a half an hour. I can't. I literally can't.
These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Interesting. Interesting. Oh, but still. Sidebar, just because, you know, the defense. It is. They're like we call them fur babies in my house. They're called fur babies. Fur babies. Lots of fur babies. They call them fur babies.
Just let me know and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
Oh.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem.
For what? Exactly.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Because they wanted a different shoe? Is that the problem? They wanted the other shoe? The shoe that was on John at the hospital and not the shoe that they found at 34 Fairview? Not that it would really matter. But still. I know, Michael. Sidebars are killing me, my friend. They are killing me. Michael's over on X, so if you're wondering why you can't see his comment, it's because he's on X, so you guys don't see them. That's why I put them on the screen. That's why I put you guys on the screen, so anybody on X can see sort of what's happening as well. Oh, why are we getting audio back? What's happening here? I know, the video is gold. We can thank Freak once again for that. I can't. I know, right? Here, Judge Kennedy, this is what it looks like in your courtroom. All day, every day. Like, I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was muted. It's not my fault. Muted. Yes, I know. What? You know they're separate, right? So like they're clowns because they brought one sneaker. They were separated. One was at 34. One was with John at the hospital. So make what you just said make sense. They're clowns because they brought the wrong sneaker. Well, if somebody didn't specify to them which one they wanted brought, then they're only going to bring the one that they think you wanted. Sounds like it was just human error. Which, oh my God, imagine that. Human error actually happened. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 2. And me. It's amazing to me that they make these comments like it's going to make some sort of difference or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the sewer is missing, you guys. You guys need to go back to the sewer with the sewer turtle. if you're just trolling. Like, you know what I'm saying? Probably not. I mean, he might. You never know. You never know. Like, yeah, we got a couple. We got a couple. We're good. We got a couple. Half an hour, she said. Hi, Whitney. So far this morning, we've gotten quite a bit accomplished. We had a bunch of sidebars. We sent flowers to Kevin. We did that. We heard Trooper Buchanan try to explain to us some comments that Karen made, all while getting objected to every 17 and a half seconds by the defense. They do not want the trooper to say that Michael Proctor and him did not touch the vehicle. They don't want the jury to know that they didn't touch the vehicle. So they objected a bunch to him saying that. Yeah, apparently a half hour. I know. I told Michael that. I was like, Michael, come on over from X. We're a fun chat, right? I mean, they're expecting like there's a third shoe and there's a conspiracy dog and a conspiracy.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the
and a conspiracy berm. We will check and see if John has anything to say. Yeah, Anna, exactly. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, it's a shoe. Like, it doesn't really make or break the case that there was a shoe. Like, I mean, they could probably just go get the other shoe. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make or break the case that they had a little bit of human error with the shoe. Like, right. I'm not, it's in an evidence box. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't think the jury's gonna be like, oh my God, he might have brought the wrong shoe. So, you know, like, what? Like, you want to know why? Because they're stupid and they don't realize that the picture, it's because of the picture with the shoe is at night and it's on its like side. It's actually, it looks like it's black. But if you look closely, you can tell that it is the shadow because it's dark out. It's the shadow that's making the bottom of the shoe look like it's black because you can see the white around the top of the outring from the top of the. So if you're not an idiot, you can tell that it's a shadow from the lighting in the picture. But, you know, we're not dealing with very intelligent people here. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's not silly. It's definitely a little silly. But like, if they didn't tell him which one to bring and they just said, hey, bring the shoe, that's their fault. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to bring a shoe. Like, they clearly weren't, you know, very. Also, you have to be fair. Like, if you ask my husband to get a shoe, he probably will come back with the wrong shoe. I'm just saying. Like, but that's because they don't seem to know how lighting works and shadows work at night when you take pictures, Jen. It's kind of funny when you actually see the picture and you realize it's a shadow and a little bit of dirt on the bottom of his shoe, which is why one shoe is a little dirtier than the other. But it's funny. It's actually funny. It's the light. It's the shadow because it's dark out when they try to take the picture. Like, I don't know. Either way, they're still the shoe. Like, that, you know what I'm saying? One was at 34, one was on his foot. You know? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, they have go get the other one. You know what I mean? Exactly. Go get the other one. Go get the other. I don't know. I don't. It sounds like maybe they didn't specify, and that's why he brought this one. I'm not really sure, but I mean, human error happens. I'm not like it's not going to make or break the case. You know, that they brought a shoe, and it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And that they brought one, and that Hank wanted the other. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm guessing human error is what happened here. But either way, like, does the shoe really matter? Is the shoe going to make or break the case? I don't think the shoe is going to make or break the case. Other than we have pictures of it off of his foot. You know what I mean? Like, it's a shadow. If you go look at it, you can actually see the shadow. Like, you looking can see that it's the shadow. Yeah, I hear you, girl. Yeah, it's a shadow. It's literally nighttime and they're trying to take a picture of the shoe that they found, you know? The hair. On X, the shoe is a big conspiracy because the soul is different. I can't with these people. This is something they did in the first trial too. No, I get it. I'm not saying avoidable mistakes aren't frustrating. They are frustrating. But at the same time, I'm like, is the shoe going to make or break? No. Did the fact that they messed up which one they were supposed to bring make or break? Probably not. Like, but I mean, yes, it is frustrating. I feel like, again, human error probably. But this whole, they did this whole conspiracy on X, the first trial too. Like, well, this one's black and they don't make it with a black soul. Like, if you're that stupid that you can't tell that it's a picture taken at nighttime and that is an actual shadow over the shoe, then I really don't know. Go ask to like get some brain cells from someone, I guess. I don't know. Like, interesting. Well, I'm glad you got it to work now, Holly. Maybe it is YouTube. Sometimes I have issues with StreamYard. Sometimes it's YouTube and it's not us. Like, so I get it. Believe me. Could be any YouTube issue, definitely. Yeah, that would explain the 30-minute break. If I don't know what barracks they'd be going to, I don't know. Possible. They want the one that was on John at the hospital. A Sally Port moment. Oh, God, help me. Like, yeah, but you're going to come visit me, right, Anna? And you're going to come out of the house and you're going to, come visit and stay with me when you come visit. And we're going to have lots of fun stuff to do. And then you don't have to worry about social anxiety. I'll make you laugh so hard you'll want to pee yourself. So it's fine. Like, yeah, it's a shadow. Girl, say that again. I had a bit of a headache too. It's also, I think, from the anxiety, like the gaslighting is like a lot for me, but I don't have a choice to step away like some of you guys do. Like Alessi is actual form of torture, in my opinion. Oh, you have those shoes? I heard they were comfy, actually. I don't have them, obviously, but I heard they were actually comfy shoes. They asked to bring the shoe, it'd be the one from the scene. That's what I would think. If you asked me to bring the shoe, I would think you were asking me to bring the one from the scene, not the one from the hospital. But hey, whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. But I do know that the picture where they're claiming it's a black shoe, it's a different shoe. It's actually a shadow from the picture that, they took at nighttime. You know what I mean? They took at nighttime. It's the hospital shoe that Yuri has. The left one was found at Fairfield. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying it's not important to have questions with the trooper about it. I'm saying it's not going to make or break the case. And I have never not claimed to not be biased in this case. I clearly have a bias for saying that she is guilty. And because I have been harassed into oblivion for following the evidence into guilt from innocence, I definitely have a bias to see justice in this case. I've never claimed not to. But what I am saying is it's my opinion. It doesn't have to be your opinion, but it's my opinion that the shoe isn't going to make or break the case. Is it frustrating that they probably should have made sure that they were getting the right shoe? Yes, of course, that's frustrating. But at the same time, it is not going to make or break the case if they brought the wrong shoe. You know what I'm saying? Like the shoe itself isn't going to make or break the case. They have actual data from the car and from John's phone. And in my opinion, that is the strongest pieces of evidence that they have are the data from her car and John's phone, because it takes a snapshot in time of from the time she backed up to the time that phone stopped moving forever until it's found again when John is found. So, I mean, that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Hank doesn't think it's important or it's not important to ask questions about it. Of course it is. I'm saying the shoe isn't going to make or break the case, and there's nothing that we can do about, human error. So there's no use in crying over spilt milk, I guess, like my grandmother used to say. Like, there's no use in getting super mad over a small human error issue that none of us could have. Can we do anything to avoid it? No. All we can do is watch and see what happens, right? But I'm not going to make a huge deal out of the fact that they had human error. It's human error. I mean, that's kind of what happens with humans. Hence why we didn't have a perfect investigation in this case. You know what I mean? We're human. No, it is the one from 34. The one he had is the one from Fairview. The one I guess Hank wants is the one from the hospital, as I'm understanding it. That's as I'm understanding it. A typical white surface will reflect 80% of light, whereas snow will reflect 95% of the light, and thus why white things look dirty in the snow. Interesting. You're full of that kind of information that I'm full of. I'm full of like all sorts of useful and useless information. Met a lot of people online in my same position. Thank you for the internet Discord to keep connected. Of course. And that goes to anybody, you know. Didn't they show other shoe the other day? It should be there in evidence already. Yeah, usually they take it back to evidence, so they don't keep it at the courthouse. That's the thing. So it goes right back to evidence storage. Hate to say Nike makes every shoe with different colored soles. My soles peeled off my running Nikes and I just pulled them both off and kept running in them. I mean, these were shoes from a few years. I don't even know like how old his shoes were or if they were new, if they were old. I have no idea. Carl Steinbeck said the defense needs to be told the shoe is different and stop the trial. Oh, poor Carl. That's hilarious. That's right. Could have been a YouTube regional issue near you as they have edge nodes to improve performance and they can have problems just like anything else. Yeah, I've experienced those and it only being in my area and it's very frustrating, especially with YouTube because I'm like, what the freaking frick, YouTube? That was bad. Yesterday was pretty bad. Like, a lot of people do that though, Val. I don't think that's out of the, I mean, I don't have a car, so I kind of have to, you know what I mean? Unfortunately. I know it was. I know. I wonder if the prosecution and defense tell one another where they will be eating lunch so they didn't go to the same restaurant. I know. That's actually, I wonder, right? You have to wonder. Do they? So they can avoid each other? Do they like show up at the same place? Or does the prosecution mostly probably just eat in the building, I'm guessing? Like, Amazon. I love Amazon. I'm not going to lie. I love Amazon. Amazon is good for getting things to you quickly if you need them. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I need to get juice boxes. I need to order juice boxes. My kid likes the high C juice boxes, so they're not always available on Amazon. There's a provable evil aura around the whole defense and free Karen Reed that naturally creates anxiety and terrible headaches. I agree. No, I don't think Donald believes the mainstream media. I think he's, rightfully pointing out that, okay, they made human error. But I'm saying, for me at least, it's not a huge deal. It's frustrating, yes, but it's not some huge deal. You know what I mean? But again, that's my personal opinion. Everybody can have their own personal opinion on that, and that's okay, Like, during the trial we wound up at the same restaurant as this defense team. Oh God, that would be awkward. How awkward was that, Anna? Oh, that would be a little bit awkward, I think. Like, because they only asked them, I think, to bring one at a time instead of both. I agree. They probably should have just brought both, but they only do what is asked of them. And then they bring them back into evidence. Yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it out and they'll clear it up. I don't think it's some huge deal, in my opinion. I bet mine is bigger. You guys are silly. I know it will make a difference, but in my opinion, both shoots should be there. Yeah, I mean, but again, they can only do what they're asked. If the prosecution asked them to bring one, they bring one, Like, I flatten mine and tape them together. When it's almost too big to carry, I put the boxes. I hate it because you have to break the boxes down and put them in the recycling. It's obnoxious. Like, we'd all be rich if we could figure out a way to like make cardboard like shrink in like 10 seconds. Like, just add water here and it shrinks. Like, that would be amazing. Bluetooth shows the exited car at 12:31. Collision was at 12:32, according to Toyota. Yeah, and some seconds, his phone stops moving forever and some seconds. They're like, the defense is like going for like, there's some seconds there. Why is his phone still moving? Because he's probably still rolling or moving a little before he finally doesn't move again, Like, the phone records movement. I don't think he thinks Dirt's going to take him. He has the potential to create problem. That has the potential to create problem. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the same lunch place. Like, that's awkward. It won't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, I'm not saying it's not, you know, frustrating or like annoying. I'm just saying like it's not a huge, huge issue to me, you know? Yeah, well, they say a lot of things. They say a lot of things, as we know, Jane. Well, I'll tell you, one of them is dirtier than the other one. On the soles of them, one of them is much dirtier than the other. They refunded the police station close to $4 million. Yes, everybody do hit the like. They funded the police station $4 million in Boston. This isn't, well, it's the state police. It's not the Boston PD, state police. So their whole, he has a hearing? Not that I know of. Does he have a hearing? I don't know. In a proper photography, you have to reduce exposure in snow shots, so auto shots won't be as clear and real. Yeah, I mean, it's funny that they're like, oh, I'm the black soul. They did this whole dance in the first trial. Not even the defense is arguing that. Why? Because it's very clearly not a different shoe. It is very clearly just lighting. Like, it is a shadow. I don't know if he has a hearing. Yeah, he has a stay away, and there's a court order, and the judge put that he can't be there for people who he has the witness intimidation things against. So May 13th, Val said she thinks it is. I mean, he could have. It's very possible. Either he screwed up and grabbed the wrong one from evidence, or they weren't clear about which one to get. So I don't know. I don't know if we'll find out during trial, like which way, like what thing it was. We probably won't find out until I get all the sidebars after trial's over. Hank's probably working and eating. I bet he don't go out to eat. I bet he doesn't either. Just about like people who know him. Like I heard like he just work. Like, my God, I love that Skye girl. By the way, I love your name. It's my nickname, SKYE. Donald seems like he's here to chat. Yes, he is here to chat. And we should be welcoming. That's funny. I love that. The defense are assholes. They are assholes. You're right. Karen does have black soul, in my opinion, of course. Like, it would be if you didn't have a suitable weapon. The pronunciation, okay, with Alessi, that stuff drives me absolutely bonkers, bananas. I don't really understand why he needs to accentuate every word he speaks, or every other word, or every 3 words, or the beginning word in the sentence, or the end word in the sentence. It's really quite frustrating. Like, I don't know, Anna. That's a good question. I don't know if the Commonwealth, I'm guessing the Commonwealth's going to call him and not let the defense call him, but I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, they don't overpack them here. They underpack them. That's for damn sure. They put like one tiny thing in a very large box for whatever reason. Like, Katie, I don't blame you, girl. I don't freaking blame you. It is hard to work through the but I have faith that you can. Most of us sort of took the noise out of it, right? Just go back to like the documents, the statements, the pieces of evidence themselves, and everything else is just noise. I'm giving commentary. Everything else is noise. Go back to the beginning and the pieces of evidence themselves. Let the evidence and the statements speak for themselves. And it's easier to sort of take the pieces of evidence and everything that happened along a timeline to figure out what did or didn't happen and what not to or what to believe. All the extra added noise is just that, noise, extra and added, you know? Oh, no. I mean, never. Admit a mistake? Poof. That's never going to happen. And it's clearly a mistake, a human error mistake nonetheless, but clearly a mistake. Either Hank wasn't, precise about which one he wanted, or Yuri grabbed the wrong one. Hate ordering something long from Amazon. I know. Huge boxes, and it's like half the size of the box. You're like, what the hell? Like, yeah, and they fill it with paper. It's really obnoxious. Although I do agree that the dogs and cats love the filling. Right? The one where she says she pulled a piece of glass from his nose, but at that point she says he was gushing blood, and people who are deceased cannot gush blood. So when did she pull that piece of glass? It wasn't in front of Kerry, so when was it? If she pulled that piece of glass, but it does match her own words. Then she says he hit his head 2 days before and asked her about it. Well, someone doesn't crack their skull like that 2 days ahead of time, which means she knew the exact injury that John had. At that point, how would she know his exact injuries? It's dark. They get him in the ambulance. Like, you can see there's blood, but you can't see that exactly where it's coming from, whether it's his neck, whether it's his shoulder, whether it's his head, whether it's both. Like, you don't know, right? Like, they're just taking him, putting him in an ambulance. You don't know where all the injuries are. So for her to say he hit his head 2 days ago, like, to me, that's, you already know where the injury is. And you're trying to make an excuse for why he has said injury. Nobody's walking around with a cracked skull for 2 days. I promise you that. Like, you know? No, they definitely would not admit any mistakes. But it's, you know, unfortunate that they just can't get past giving any accountability to anything. If they made a stupid mistake, though, like that, like, you know, a word mistake, they do it all the time. Like names, he'll switch up. I do notice that Jackson has done this thing where he's been like, due to my ignorance on something that he does know the answer to, that he very clearly knows the answer to. And I was like, oh, well, due to my ignorance, can you blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he's doing that on purpose. He knows the answer to that. And I know that he knows the answer to that. Like, I've never heard him say it to something that he actually didn't know the answer to already. That's when I'm like, that's just sneaky shit. Like, she claims in the ID documentary that she pulled a piece of glass out of his nose and he was gushing blood when she pulled it out. That's what she claims. He attempts to use PhD level words and can't pronounce them right, so he stutters, saying it is pure comedy. I said this before the trial started, that Alessi just likes big words. He likes to seem, a lot of people do that, though. A lot. It's like a psych thing, actually. If you go and look into it, there's like some psychological thing that goes with it where people who constantly have to use large words, it's so that they'll sound like they know what they're talking about. It's because they feel like they're better than everyone else. So they have to feel like they're smarter by using all of these words. And in turn, hopefully you think that they're smarter by using all the very large words. I read like a whole psych study on something like that, and it was fascinating. I'll have to try to find it for you guys because it was fascinating to read, like, because it goes with a lot of what you already common sense would know, but it was a fascinating study. Yeah, Proctor overpronounce a lot of things. Katie says, I do believe she hit him, but I do not believe she premeditated to kill him or thought hitting him would kill him. Well, even if you don't think that she thought hitting him would kill him, you have to agree that nobody backs up at 24 miles an hour by accident with 75% acceleration. That's the problem that I have. I don't think before that moment she premeditated it. I don't think she planned it all day long. I think it happened in the heat of the moment, but you don't backwards at 24 miles an hour at 75% acceleration. And that's straight data from her car that the defense got in the chip on, chip off in the first trial. That comes straight from her car. Those are facts. 75% acceleration, 24 point, it's either 2 or 3 miles per hour for 60 feet. You don't do that on accident. That's not an accident. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if she didn't think that hitting him would kill him, the law doesn't require that for murder too. It's the fact that she was drunk and in that car operating it. A reasonable person would have known that doing that could cause death. And like, take the backing up out of it and hitting someone after out of it. Just DUIing in a car is enough for a reasonable person to know it could cause death. And that is what murder too is. Like, you can say that again, Katie. You can say that again. This case does truly show how media can ruin a case on both sides and how they make it beyond complicated to something that's not complicated at all. Like, yes, too much overpacking. I agree. Carolyn said her and her sister was saying how dumb it is. I think anyone would kill someone and put them in front of your house. Yeah, I mean, come on. The media coverage is the judge's fault for denying a gag order on the attorneys. I agree, because had that happened a long time ago, I think you still would have a lot of sewer turtle crap, but it wouldn't be as bad mainstream wise. You know what I mean? Like, You had to get rid of a body at Fairview. The railway line at the end of the garden would have been a better place to put it. Yeah, they could have just opened the back fence, brought him out to where the railroad tracks were, and nobody would have found him for days if that's what you want to go with a conspiracy. But leaving someone on a front lawn still alive with the phone in their pocket, probably not the smartest thing. Just saying. Like, yes, he is a very tiny man. Sewer Turtle's a tiny, tiny man. That's like what Val was saying. When you use the big word and it's wrong, it's not the right one. Like, no worries. Listen, we're not the spelling police here. I love when people do that online. I make a lot of typos. I have arthritis in my hands, and my keyboard's very small on my phone, and my phone is old. It freezes sometimes, and it'll do like the letters next to it or above it when I'm trying to type, and I'll just hit send without like proofreading. And so it happens to me all the time. And then you have like the spelling police come and they're like, ah, ha, ha, ha. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm online. I'm not writing an essay to my college professor. Like, I would proofread it if that was the case. This is online. I don't care. Like, yeah, the judge is part of the problem. I agree. She needs to take control of her courtroom. Like, yes, that is murder too en masse. You know, backing up at 24 miles an hour towards a human. It's intent, even though you don't need intent for murder too here. Yeah, she had quite a bit of rage. Quite a bit of rage, you know? Quite a bit. Like lighting a house on fire and saying, I thought no one was in the home. Yeah, exactly. Still murder. Even if you didn't think it was going to hurt anybody, and it did, still murder, you know? It's probably not premeditated up until that moment, right? No, I don't think anybody thought that she like planned to do it all day long or anything like that. I think most people think she planned to do it right when she did it, you know, not that it was premeditated before then, but that it just happened that way. But premeditation, once again, isn't a part of any of the things that she's been charged with. None of them require any sort of premeditation. She was a defense attorney. She was a defense attorney that took murder cases too. So, I do understand why she leans, but like at the same time, she leans too hard, you know? Exactly. Her behavior afterwards points to a consciousness of guilt. She could have called 911. She could have saved him. She could have checked on him. Like, there's a lot of things she could have done. Before court comes back, you guys do me a favor. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. Like the Insider Man was saying that it unsubscribed him, or Grave, one of you guys was saying it like YouTube. It'll do that if it thinks your account is like spam account or a troll account. Like, then YouTube will sometimes unsubscribe people it thinks aren't like a real account. So make sure you're still subscribed, because sometimes you'll find that you've subscribed or liked something and YouTube like undoes it, which is really frustrating, but hey, nothing I can do about it. If you can donate to the channel, it's always super, super helpful. We only run on donations. We don't have things like memberships, and we don't have things like, you know, that some of the other channels do. And some of the other channels are much larger than we are. So we struggle to get by, especially on these bigger, longer 7 and 8 hour days. Our channel actually makes less on these longer 8 hour streams for court than we do on a regular day. So we definitely could use the help. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Of course, you asked, you shall receive. Chime, we have an Apple Pay link we can put in chat as well. And we appreciate it, of course. I'll look and check in a second and see if there's anything so I can thank you guys. I don't think I've felt my phone go off a couple times, but I feel like it's usually just text messages or emails, information incoming that I try to give you guys as fast as I can. I am always trying to do 100. That's why sometimes you guys see me looking down like this at my phone. It's because like I'm getting incoming messages and emails and information, you know. I do the best I can to get it to you guys as quickly as possible, but I also want to make sure that I get correct information. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the problem that I have, B. Harley, is a lot of it is the innocence fraud part of it, like that the media is doing. Oops, I forgot to put the ticker. I'm going to take the big one down. There is a ticker at the bottom with all the information for donations. It runs across the screen throughout trial, throughout the stream, so that you guys know it's there. I can't make it bigger. I've tried. I apologize. But I do agree the media has been running with like the innocence fraud part of it. And they haven't really told the story on how many people have been harassed, how it came to be of that. And people have been saying to me like, write a book. And I'm like, if I write a book, it's not going to be about the case specifically. It's going to be about all the victims of this case because of this case and because of the people involved in this case. Let me unmute this.
Did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You be seated. The court is in session. Thank you.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yeah, I've seen that with the Koberger case. Yeah, there's woods. Exactly where the railroad tracks are. Woods. Like if you think you put someone there, you know? Yeah, mine's kind of worthless too. It says stuff that I'm not saying. It's wild. I don't use the talkie text anymore. I used to. When I was driving or something, I used to use it.
Thank you.
They are sick people. I'm pretty sure. She definitely has given in to the mob sometimes. And I think she needs to do better, in my opinion. Like, I think it's the way that Signal does their encryption. I don't know. And I've heard they can extract certain things from certain things they can and certain things that they can't. It's the encryption part of it. No, the prosecution's not saying it was planned other than it happened right then. They're saying everything she did after that is proving her guilt. Not that she planned it ahead of time, but that it happened after she got mad about the comment that they made to give her directions about Bella's mom's house. And that is what triggered the events. Not that she premeditated it before this. I think Bill Reed planned Karen's actions at 5 a.m. running into John's car and getting it's very possible. It's very possible he told her, like, well, back into the, I mean, in me, it looks like she clearly did it on purpose, in my opinion. Okay. But it's a very real possibility, Don. It is. Yeah, use Jen and Harry as cover. There's a few things that she planned after it happened, but that's not premeditation. That's premeditation to cover up, but not premeditation of the murder itself. I do think they should have done some more investigating when it comes to Bill Reed, but they'd have to have enough to charge, right? So if they don't have enough to charge, was it the one from last year where he asked her how she feels about what she's done to the O'Keefe family?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. Pat?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're right about that, Alicia. I've experienced that firsthand. No good deed does go unpunished.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
Say a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
You guys can place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's to maybe
I'm sorry?
maybe approach.
Oh, okay.
So Karen's just standing there like a weirdo, gawking on. I've been watching her for at least 10 or 15 seconds, standing at the table, going like this, trying to hear what they're saying, like before she goes back up there. Like, what the hell? Like, is she actually doing is the question here. Like, oh yeah, that's Bill Reed always says. It was amazing. It was great. It was wonderful. Like, oh, little, you just wait and see. Wait and see. Yeah, wait and see. Sure. We're still waiting on the feds that are never going to show up because that case has been closed, Mr. Reed. But sure, we'll definitely go with what you say. Like, yeah, oh yeah, she got left behind. None of these people are that smart. They thought they were. They thought that they could use attorneys to sort of mix and match their story. The problem with it is they don't even have one cohesive story. Like, not even a single cohesive story. That's the shit part, you know? But hey, it is what it is. We don't have anything else to read for donations. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing I needed to thank anybody for while we're sitting here waiting. You don't want to miss one. I don't see anything. Right?
Jurors,
Good
every
job.
piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience.
That's not what that
Go
was,
ahead,
but okay.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank
We'll
you.
go with that.
Trooper Kennick,
Morning.
you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes,
Who did you travel with?
it was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle? Or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jack?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Since 8994.
Thank you very much.
The feds are coming. Everybody run. The feds. They found our conspiracy berm and our conspiracy notes in the conspiracy bathroom in the conspiracy snow.
Those
with the
items,
conspiracy
were
dog.
they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No, they're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, Sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
Was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Conspiracy straw. That's what it is a conspiracy straw. A conspiracy straw. I found a conspiracy straw.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is.
They show the big red piece there, guys. I was looking down.
7688.
Jen wants to know she missed the piece of the big red piece. I was looking down.
Sir, could
I've
you
seen
look
all
at
these
that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close?
It was inverted.
Do you
Inverted.
recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman?
It's a conspiracy straw on
Is
the
that the
conspiracy
area where
burn.
you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly
inverted.
where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you.
Yes,
You
yes,
mentioned
Whitney. They
that
do
one of
seem
the
to
items
think
that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes,
I
sir.
was looking down. I don't know. I was looking down. I was trying to respond to someone. Did they show the big red piece of taillight, guys, in the
All right,
picture?
move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
They are delusional, Whitney. Like, she didn't lie or commit perjury. Like, so that's how delusional they are. Is they don't even know what perjury is. It's not describing something differently. It's not when an attorney tries to twist your
The
words.
court's
That's
permission,
not.
Lieutenant, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Yeah, we're all in on the conspiracy berm and the conspiracy straw and the conspiracy snow. And it was inverted. I mean, conspiracy. I mean, can you imagine? Like, that's what they sound like, and they don't seem to understand it. No. I now laugh as well, Whitney. That's all I do is I just do point and laugh. All you can do. There's the hat. Nobody knows if they showed the red plastic piece of tail light. No, I'm trying to find out for you, Jen. I was looking down. I apologize. I was trying to answer something. Well, I'm not sure.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo.
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Your Honor, I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Conspiracy, dog poop, duty, potluck. Yeah, no, Jen wanted to know if they showed the picture with the big red piece, but I was looking down trying to answer somebody, so I don't know if they showed the big red piece of plastic of taillight or not.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
So as you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
The snow is melting, Sarah Lynn. That shouldn't, that's not something you should be struggling with. It's still a crime scene. So they're going to have to go by when the snow melts to see if anything else presents itself. That's part of doing an investigation. You don't just search it one time in a blizzard and then never go back to see if anything else presents itself. That's the proper thing that you would do, especially in New England. I mean, maybe if you don't live in New England and you live in places like Florida, I could see how people like that would struggle with it. But this is New England. That snow can be there for weeks or months. You would have to go and make sure nothing else presented itself of evidence.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Monarch.
Photographs, the first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court permission?
Any objection, Mr. Judge?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
If they had only went one time, people
Is
would
that
have
a
been screaming. They
photograph of the
didn't
item you
wait.
just showed the jury, sir?
There it is.
Yes, it is.
And where was
There
it
it is,
in
Jen.
relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
They
Did you
can't do
return to
that.
34
No.
Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went
They
back on February
did
10th,
not
were you
do
with
that.
anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Those are not things they would do, is erect a tent on a lawn for days or use heaters inside of a tent. They don't have the capacity to do that, nor did the CERT team have days to sit outside in a blizzard and go and try to melt the snow themselves. I have never once seen an investigation where they melted snow themselves to get evidence. Every time they've had evidence in snow, they've had to go by multiple times to see if it melted.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Not only could you get carbon monoxide poisoning, but if then you tried to put electric ones in, like, it's just not only is it not feasible, it is not something the police would ever do, is put heaters inside of tents to melt snow. At that point, there was no conspiracy that someone else could have planted taillight. It was very clear that Karen had hit John. She was screaming about hitting him. At that point, the conspiracy was not born. There was no reason to not wait for the snow to melt again. They had no right to take over someone's private property or lawn for days at a time. They can't secure someone's house for days.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic
Or
pieces
weeks.
of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative
And Paul would
sample
know
of what's in the
because
bag?
he's retired from this field. It's not something they would ever do in any investigation when it comes to
In
snow.
total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you
Proctor was
photograph
never-
these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times.
Yeah, there was no point at that point.
It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they?
It would have been a waste of
Let me
resources and
rephrase
time
that.
and money.
Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Or... Could you produce
Screamy, is doing
7-12, please?
cross.
Yes, sir.
Screamy McScreamerson McBeard face, Miss Squirrel face, I'm guessing, is doing the cross.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
Exactly. They would just say that the Mass State Police who secured the scene was corrupt.
Exhibit 103.
That's what they would say. That someone who secured the scene planted it.
With the court
Like-
permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
I'll tell you right now because I know how many officers they have on at any given time. Canton PD isn't big enough to have someone there.
In that bag, are there different types of
All the time.
items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
I honestly don't even know why Little is there. I don't think she's going to do any crosses. I certainly don't think they'll cross the children. But if they did, I think maybe that'd be the only time they would use her. Who else would they possibly use her for? They're not very big, I'll tell you that, because I know how many of them they have total because of the pizza. So I had to, try to make sure there was enough for everybody on any given shift. And they're not large enough to have people out of there 24/7 guarding a thing for the state police for days or weeks at a time until snow melts. That's just not feasible.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas there was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to 4.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to 4.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, stand here.
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
There is a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information's coming in. We always trust, or we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
When you reviewed the video from the Ring, that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the Ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any Ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any Ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who?
A little buffering. Hold on, guys. I love when Law and Crime does this. Like, come on, Law and Crime, you douche nozzles. Oh, hold on, guys. What do we got going on here? Because there are deleted videos. Oh, I'm sorry you guys are dealing with that kind of fraud. That's no good.
74, please.
Oh, here it comes. We changed to Court TV because Law and Crime just crapped out.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
That means Screaming McJackson is the one doing the
I may
cross.
correct the record. The ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection.
105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, Laura, is the counsel sidebar for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand.
Real quick, I have 2 donations that I'm going to read. One is for $25.49, and I don't want to read the person's real name because we don't want to do that. But thank you. I appreciate you. And then good old Jack sends $11.21. I love your random amounts. He says, I'm far behind today. Lots of double and triple speed catching up. Thank you, Elise. No, thank you, Jack. I appreciate you. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, it's super helpful. We're not huge channels. We don't make a lot over here, so every little bit helps. You can do so with these ways. We also have an Apple Pay link, but I would like to play the clip because we all need the comedic effect. Oh, it was from you, Skye. Thank you, Skye girl. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You know, trial days are really slow for the channel. We don't make a lot at all, barely minimum wage, so I appreciate it.
CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection.
There's no objection on that.
Me too, beauty queen. The maximum. Knee deep. Yes, I appreciate all these 268 of you currently watching from 2 platforms. I know. And we're going to Screamy Jackson is doing the cross. Like, I don't know why, but I really also have a hankering for like mozzarella sticks. Don't ask me why, but like for some reason I want that for lunch. That's what I want. I want mozzarella sticks.
Photographs, you recognize what they are.
She does need to start getting used to that orange color for sure. Never. You just sit in the house, Susie. Stay in the house, just relax for the night.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Neon orange. Yeah, right. Yeah, it looks like you didn't, huh? There was a lot of snow. That's why it's very misleading for them to say a dusting a little bit. There was a lot. Canton was in the circle, in like the eye of it.
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look.
Who's messing around with the microphone? Because Hank's not even near it. Is that what's underneath him? Is that why it's so loud? Is because it's underneath him? Oh my God, that's obnoxious. Yeah, they definitely deleted some for sure.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
Not
Can I
broken.
move these 4 photographs into evidence?
Not broken. I thought he said objection. I was gonna say what? That looks like she got an edible. She's probably sick of the shit at this point. Like, me either. I can't wait. Literally. I do think she thinks that, Michael.
108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
They should remand at sentencing like everybody else on planet Earth. She's been given plenty of time to get her affairs in order.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they can call.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
Right. I agree, Ethel. Mona Lisa. Yeah, just say Proctor's name, say how bad he was, and then yell and scream and correct. Wouldn't you agree and correct? Say that a lot. That'll help.
Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please.
Oh, I bet it is, Anna. Yeah, because it's a cat that has hair that can get in their car. So absurd. Chloe.
We could proceed to 9:10.
Montage. They did call bartenders last time, but I think it was just tedious. You can see her getting them and drinking them. You know what I mean? Drink, drink, drink.
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
Yeah, they'll make them
9:27, please.
read all of the bad ones for effect. Exactly. Her BAC shows exactly how much she had to drink. Come on. Yeah, that drives me nuts too. Jackson being like, isn't it correct or isn't it true? Wouldn't you agree with me? Correct, isn't it? No, it's not correct. You know? Yeah, Chloe's invisible and inverted. Duh. Part of the conspiracy. Hello. Duh. Catch up, guys. I love you guys. Seriously, I love you guys. You guys keep me sane when I'm like my blood pressure is starting to rise. Guys make me laugh.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Yeah, it is sad. And his family has to watch this again, you know. Very sad. Laughter is great medicine, Ellen. All my mods are award-winning. They're all award-winning mods. Amazing they are. No, but it should be. Is it her middle name? It would be funny if it was Chloe, her middle name. That'd be hilarious. Humble and award-winning. I mean, imagine Chloe bursts in with her briefcase. Objection, Your Honor. It was not me. Will not plea. I have no pleas. It was not me, says Chloe. Poor Chloe. Oh, thank you, Ellen. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys keep me sane. For realsies. Yeah, they're not allowed to have audio. It would be wiretapping, technically. I think even, you know, so they're not allowed to have the audio. Most businesses don't engage the audio unless it's like they're not there, unless like you're closed down. Like closed for the night or whatever. Interesting. I mean, she's not going to get a retrial. She's a dum-dum. I do think Hank is also doing a masterful job. We do have to laugh. I have to. If I don't, I want to cry. So I got to laugh. It's just very sad to have to see him in his final hours, you know? Exactly, Joan. Chloe should have a lawyer. Poor Chloe. I can say that again. As she's still out there drinking. Somebody sent a troll on X sent a picture of like Paul O'Keefe with a drink in his hand, like a beer in a cup in his hand. And I was like, and your point would be, if you're going to make the point that people who have gone to DUI shouldn't drink, it's an awful point to make considering Karen's out drinking every day and every night, you absolute idiot. And there's pictures of it. So like, way to troll, trolly. Like, such hypocrites. It's not even funny and they don't even realize it. Like, Jesus. Yeah, they can write love letters to each other. Although I don't think Karen's going to reply. There's nothing for him to blackmail her with anymore, and he can't blackmail his way in. And that's the only reason he even has any contact with her or her team right now, is because he blackmailed his way in after having a fit. Well, John was already going to go out with his buddies. She insisted on, even though he was objecting the calls. Rejecting. Kept calling until he finally gave him, was like, fine, you know what? Good. I'm going out to have a few drinks. You can drive home. That's John in the hat. Well, they're both in hats, but that's John with the long sleeve, dark blue and gray hoodie. And all the days after, Monarch, for many people. Yeah, I mean, Chloe's probably in witness protection out there in the country where she's at. I mean, I know where she's at. She's out in the country at a farm.
So there we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket.
So he's a back
And he
pocket.
put it back.
Put it back in. Puts it back in. That's why his phone was underneath him. It was in his back pocket. He was trying to. It looked like he was very much trying to end that relationship. She just wasn't getting it. And he probably was sick of trying to end it when she wasn't getting it. They showed quite a few. Yeah, the weak pores, exactly. Recipe, exactly. Yep, back at pocket guy. That's what they said with his phone. Yeah, she won't show any emotion other than smugness and anger. Anger that she has to be surrounded by people in a courtroom. I don't think he is either.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
And drinks that shit. You add a shot into it. That's absurd. Like, no thanks. Yeah, or functioning alcoholic. Exactly.
Next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
They showed that yesterday, right? We got the dash cam footage yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, yeah. Everybody in the bar is part of the conspiracy. You didn't know? These are conspiracy people. These are all hired conspiracy people, Jack. Yeah.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Or they're doubles.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
In and out of the back pocket. She went from her house. She wasn't at his house. Remember?
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks
Yeah.
between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
1 an hour, she
the
told
next
them.
screen, please.
Right? Remember, that's why he's making that
10:09
clear. She's
PM.
1 an hour. A normal amount. I could never have 4 drinks in 35 minutes, dude.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
This is a shot.
I'll strike that.
Okay, well, you can strike it all you want, but it's what she did, so. Which were doubles, exactly. Doubles. I could never
Mr.
drink
O'Keefe
4.
on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket.
In her natural habitat, right? Here we have the rancid reed in its natural habitat. Crikey. I'd be puking too. There's no way. No chance. Not
The
even.
defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Drinks some of her drink. I did as well, same age. I drink maybe 10 times in an entire year, and that's being like gracious. Like usually it's probably less. Vacation, wedding, 4th of July, adult birthday, something like that. Visiting family or friend, date night, something like that. Yeah, but she was at her house. He was at his house. So she met him out. Like this. He'll do this. Was it 5?
Yes.
Jackson
What
will
is the
do.
drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
Oh, we've done that as a adult Easter egg hunt. We've also been like scratch tickets, money. You get the bigger eggs. Bigger eggs.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages.
With doubles.
The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
I mean, I can't say much about that if I'm out with my husband and some friends. Like I have a lot of guy friends that we all know. I'd be talking to them too. Sometimes I'm not standing right next to my husband. Sometimes I'm standing with other people talking if there's a bunch of us out. So I don't see
A
anything
shot
wrong with
glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Yeah, the golden egg. Yeah, so she puts a shot in every drink. It's a double. Yeah, right. I'd be puking. Hers are, not everybody's. Moving in between GOK and the woman sitting beside them. Yeah, probably very conscious that there's other women around, God forbid. Yeah, it's to justify having the shot, clearly. Like, oh, it was so weak, I had to add a whole nother shot. Well, there's alcohol in it, so... Right? Testing, seeing if they're weak.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand,
They'd be weaker now because they could be sued
places it on the bar.
after all this. So you'd guess that now they'd be weaker than any other time they've ever probably poured a drink, including during this. They'd be more careful. She's a touchy.
And then
I got to take a bathroom break. My mod's got this for a minute. I have to drinking the water over here, so I gotta go conspiracize in the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm conspiracizing.
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it.
The House of Beaver sends
And
a
the 2
$10.
walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anyway.
The House of Beaver sends a $10 Amazon gift card, e-gift card. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you, my friend. We also have a $10 PayPal. Not going to
At
read
10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
It's their real name. So thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel until
Potluck sends 227 and says, joke to help the bad video. Thank you, Potluck. I love you. I love you guys. You guys can always make me laugh. I love it. I love it. Oh, sidebar. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, cool. That's a sidebar right there. Sure is.
All rise to the court, please. Here's closing notebooks. Follow me.
They decided that they were gonna do the sidebar, then stop the sidebar and go to lunch break. So, okay, cool. We're gonna mute this. And I'm gonna bring a friend on. TB2 wrote a good letter to the judge about Mr. Sewer Turtle's problem with using, dog whistles to harass, intimidate, try to shut people up, try to scare people, to use his mob to harass. And she's gonna be here to talk about it. So I'm gonna bring her on real quick. Hey. You gotta unmute yourself, darling. Get the little mutey thing. There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't navigate the internet very well.
That's okay. I had to figure it out too. It took a minute to figure out StreamYard in its entirety. So. That was a great
Thank
letter.
you for having me.
Of course. That was I thought that was a great letter. It's a threat. It's not a threat. It's telling the court that, listen, this is what this guy does, and it's not ever taken seriously. So if you're not going to take it seriously, then we're going to boost up to the next thing, which is to contact the Attorney General or the FBI or have a judicial review of why this court or these courts think that this is appropriate First Amendment speech when it is not. It's not absolute.
Correct. And it's common practice to send a court a reconsideration email or letter. A lot of people do that.
People do, friend of the court, something like what Jessica Hyde did, which is, I don't agree with this decision because, or this opinion because, happens all the time. And so this is TB2, Anna. Jane says hello. So, I mean, you kind of have to drown out the noise when it comes to some of them. Like, they're going to call everything a threat. And it's like, if you thought that the court didn't think his speech was a threat, why would you think that a letter formally to the court or an email formally to the court saying, listen, this is not an appropriate bout of behavior. Okay. First Amendment is not absolute. It does not allow you to come in with dog whistles and veiled threats as a way to control an outside mob of thousands of people to do your bidding. They know ranting and raving and leading people to, this is a bad person, this is their name, this is where they live, that he is leading them to go then harass that person. It's something he's been doing long before this case ever existed. The problem is the judges are not allowed to just go online and look and see the pattern of behavior. So they're not grasping the full scope of the pattern of behavior and how long it's been going on and in what context it is. They only get what the court gives them or what Cosgrove gives them. And the problem with it is Cosgrove, as he said in court, is kind of like internet inept.
Right. And at least I want to bring up something about that letter, that email I sent. So one of my biggest issues was the word revenge, and the judge struggled with it. Mm-hmm. And I brought up 2 cases in that email. And revenge. Well, first I want to say Bradel, Attorney Bradel was saying that he uses the word revenge as karma. Okay. And karma is just something that, you know, naturally happens to somebody.
You also brought up karma in that same stream when you talked about Nick Garino being hit by a drunk driver, nonetheless.
Right.
And
right.
Karma. He knows the difference between karma and revenge. And I think that should have been pointed out. Once again, you're asking, you know, Cosgrove, attorney, retired Judge Cosgrove, to do something with the internet he can't do. This is why I think that they needed to hire someone else or hire someone to help him, because he's not able to sort of get the point across the way it should be.
Right. So that's why I highlighted the word revenge and gave the judge exactly what has been addressed in a couple different court cases, along with, you know, Massachusetts court case, Supreme Court in 2017 charged somebody with manslaughter because that person encouraged a person to commit suicide, which Aidan Carney posted on a live video and encouraged a man to commit suicide. So these are behaviors that have happened repeatedly, and he repeatedly gets brought into court on witness intimidation charges that repeatedly have no consequence. And there's one specifically that's going on right now, and that victim repeatedly brings him in for witness intimidation, and the court lets him go. So that's why I wrote this letter, and I got involved. Go ahead.
We've also brought to the state police's attention a lot of behavior that's outside the scope of even First Amendment. We're talking about blackmail in writing. If you don't do this, I'm going to do this, and multiple instances of it, and yet to see anything happen from that. That is not okay. And you can't use the excuse of, well, they're afraid because if they do anything, then he's going to tear apart their families. That's the job you got into. You chose to do law enforcement or lawyering or whatever. I'm sorry, but I'd be the first person to raise my hand and say, I'll take the case. I'll take it.
Right.
Can't be allowed to operate in a normal society. They don't know how to operate in a normal society. They are a danger to themselves and others. And you can't just say because he didn't run up to the door with a knife, he's not a danger. He's an extreme danger to a lot of people.
Right. And, you know, I got involved, you know, I started following the Karen Reed trial last year through Court TV. Like, that's how I got introduced to it. And then I didn't have any social media back then. I completely got off of it because it was just so toxic. So I got off. And so I still don't have any social media other than the X account and my YouTube. And I did it just at first was to listen to for the court case. I wanted to hear more because I enjoy listening to true crime and court cases and stuff. But that's how I ended up coming across Turtle Boy, and I started following for a while. And when he kind of publicly shamed me for asking about his Lexus, you know, telling me I didn't know how to read, and people are stupid, and you know. But not only that, when he did the rolling rally, I was on that at that time, and on that live video, and I could not believe he was saying these people were murderers in front of kids that were outside, calling their neighbors murderers. And I thought, you know, how can you do that to those kids? You know, it's pretty traumatic to have, you know, 100 people coming down the street calling them.
TB2, we might be losing you a little with your audio. It's going in and out. Hold on. Got a little bit of going in and out here.
Murderers like has. And there are so many defamation cases and, you know, things that people have addressed, which are, he manufactures documents to the courts, and to get away with his bullshit
in affidavits for him. Like, we're talk about illegal shit, right? When you bring
and this is why
not evidence, and you have manufactured them against someone else to use as evidence or revenge, or walk into a police station and you're mad that you were charged with something for something you actually did, and then you walk into a police station and you try to have somebody else, that person who reported you, charged with something as revenge. This is a pattern of things that have been happening for years, long before this case existed. So this where I come into a problem with. This isn't just something new to when Karen Reed's case came out with him. This is something that's been going on far longer than that. Like,
exactly. So when I started digging deeper, I thought, Karen Reed isn't the entire story here. No. There's another story that needs to be told, and it is him. And like I said in my post,
it's the victim. It's always his victims.
Yeah, and like I said in a post yesterday, we have big plans for this, and this could be, I could make a career out of Aiden Carney. I could make it a career. Yep. But I am behind the scenes doing stuff and getting stuff in line, and one of the next things I'm going to do is file a judicial complaint, and I'm going to insist that all his court cases be looked at for, anyway, I'm not going to go into...
should be looked at. Let's make his investigations done against him should be looked at, because we're talking about a man that, let's be real, he has no shame. But the amount of things that were allowed to happen to Lindsay are utterly shameful. Okay,
I know it.
That happened to her was taken seriously, and it was basically so like, oh, unless he comes to your house and punches you in the face, we're not going to charge him with anything else. Which is like, excuse me, what now? Like, you don't just get to commit crimes and commit crimes and commit crimes and commit crimes because you're not punching someone in the face. There's far more damage that can be done than just punching someone in the face from what he does and is doing currently. And the amount of things that have been allowed to be done to her and her children, and nothing really has been done to keep them safe or hold him accountable for those things, including a slew of restraining order violations that they did not want to do anything about. Like, that's utterly disgraceful on the part of law enforcement and investigators and the court system. It's shameful.
And I think about Lindsay all the time. Like, I feel really bad for her, and I know that you try to go above and beyond for her and trying to get her out of isolation and stuff. And I get it.
To deal with that shit, dude. Nobody should be afraid to go outside their house because their children's pictures are going to be taken and put online. Yes, I'm very well aware of emotional. But this is the problem: is she's already fighting a lawsuit against him, and that's what he's doing, intentional emotional infliction of distress. But the problem is like, you have to have the money to fight those sort of things in civil court, and that's not always feasible for people.
Right, and that's something that me and Ashley are, and this, that we're going to try and start a legal fund, and hopefully, bring you in on that. You know what I'm saying?
I think most of what needs to happen is the victims need to be able to have counsel, right? They need attorney,
right?
And I'll tell you, I've spoken to close to 70, 80 attorneys that some of them don't want to take it because they don't want to deal with him, period.
Right. And that's why we're going to go a different direction. Right. So that's what, what we've been trying to do, with Ashley's or with some other stuff. So that's why we're going a different direction. And that's where the
you have different direction is cool. You want freedom of speech, cool, but follow the terms of service where you're going to go to do that, which he can't possibly do. So therefore, there will be no platform that he will be allowed to be on because he can't follow the terms of service on any goddamn platform. Like,
and that's where we have to hit him at. That's where it's going to hurt him.
She said she could make a career out of Turtle Boy. There was no destroying in the sentence that she said, number one, and nobody's missing the point. I think you're missing the point. So it looks like you're just here to troll, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not here to destroy him, but there are terms of services that have to be followed, and I'll have to question why those
Thank you
those social
for your
media
permission
platforms.
for me to keep running my mouth. I don't need permission. I'm going to speak truth. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. I don't know what to tell you. He's a piece of human garbage waste, and he's a waste of space and air. I'm sorry. Did you not like that? Do you not like hearing about how bad the sewer turtle is and what a piece of human garbage he is? Wow, I'm sorry. That sucks to be you then, doesn't it? Oh, imagine that.
Elise, you're so funny.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
I can't tolerate the trolls. That's why I just will not come out.
Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Just saying. Sorry, not sorry.
Right.
Sorry, not sorry.
Well,
he will destroy himself. He is just like one Hiroshima bomb waiting to explode.
Yeah. I just, we just have to do things behind the screen, behind the scenes, because if I say too much, then somebody can interfere.
Yep. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't.
Yep.
We know what's going on. We know. You know what I'm saying? Like he can do
all
this bullshit that he decides he's going to do to harm people and hurt people and lie and hide of his own dirty deeds. But eventually, guess what happens? Sunlight happens, and all of the lies and the dirty deeds that you've been doing and blaming on everyone else eventually come to light. And I believe a lot of that will come out in his trial. And I've said this before. I mean, even when you were probably following him and he nagged at the question when you asked about the Lexus, is privately, he loves to tell people he's close to in his inner circle how stupid his followers are, how dumb they are, how they'll just hand over money to him. Like he doesn't care about a single one of his followers or anybody who watches him. He gives a shit less. And this is the saddest part for me. It's because like, why get into making a channel if you don't care about the people who are watching you? Why? Why do it?
And he probably doesn't really care that much about Meredith O'Neill, but right now he's the type of person, he uses that person for something, and then like,
well, he can't now. She knows too much. She knows too much now.
Well, yeah, maybe, but she still defends him and she still goes after people, and he likes that. That's what he likes.
A small sewer invasion, nothing important. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So
he just
anyway,
John Petro, like he just like went behind John doing his live stream and interrupted him. That's what he did. What an ignorant piece of human garbage the man is. Like,
oh my God. Yeah, he is. Yeah. But anyway, I appreciate you having me on. I wanted to also make sure that I kind of just, so many people get harassed because Turtle Boy and Jen Altman think I'm Kim Fair or
you're not.
I'm like
you're not. Someone else the
Poor
other day
girl.
Was like, first of all, I know Kim and I know Kim's voice, so let's just be clear, that's not Kim.
Right.
Kim's a nice person. I know Kim, that's not Kim. Like, so not that you're not a nice person, just saying in general.
No, I get it, but I just feel bad for her. But that one, she's like, she's like, I've been dealing with this shit for 5 years. I
mean, for the longest time, they actually blamed your account on my friend Julie. They said she's your account, and I'm like, okay, people should not be detectives.
There's also, all right, is that jewelry on X?
Yep.
Yeah. We've been talking. She said the same thing. I said, I'm sorry.
Yep. Poor thing. But it is what it is. They're going to listen. I have one account. Do you have any stock accounts of people they've accused me of being like, dude, I have one singular account on X under my name, under this.
Right.
That's it. And then they make fake accounts of me. Like they do that, like, but they, any one thing, they're like, oh, it must be you guys. Like, no, guess what? Not only do we not have time to make fake accounts and troll you, I don't care that much.
Well, we do, but people do have to make fake accounts if they're like advocating for victims and stuff like that.
Make extra, you know what I'm saying? Like I have one. I don't need to make 5, 10, 15. Like,
oh yeah.
He has like over 100 himself. And then if you're talking about his inner circle, each one of them have more than a half a dozen to a dozen or more sock accounts each. Like I have one stinking account. Most people have one account or maybe a second one, depending on like the businesses or personal stuff, whatever. Like I have one singular account. I don't have time, nor do I care to go and troll people who just write troll comments. Like I'll just block you. I don't care. Like I don't care.
Right. And you know, they have his phones and stuff. I got to thinking the other day, you know, it's really hard to get somebody's IP account and stuff, you know, where emails are coming from. But like if somebody takes him to court, he creates a fake document, fake email. Yep. Oh, look what they sent me and stuff. Yep. But he'll submit it to the courts.
Yep.
But the courts aren't going to look at that email and ask for the IP address, because it's the other person who has to prove their case. So they're not going to look at that shit. And I wish Cosgrove was a little bit younger so he could understand some of this.
I feel like if he was just smidgen younger, he'd have a little bit more like hang on the tech. So I guess what's happening right now is John DePetro had to call the police on Sewer Turtle because he's screaming behind him. Lying. TV interrupted his live at the 10-minute mark, fighting with him while he's live.
When was it?
Police got involved a few minutes ago because John only does his during lunch break. So while we've been here, that's been happening.
Oh,
I mean, wow. It's a huge dealing with someone that tells you that Jesus told them. Okay, that is a like a serious psych issue. Okay, like a serious inpatient. You belong inpatient psych issue. If somebody is claiming that Jesus told them. Like, if that's not cult leader, I don't know what is. Like, apparently he's yelling, why do you keep lying? And yes, Meredith will be his next victim, unfortunately. Anybody with him is next victim. They just don't seem to realize they think they're special. It's not special. He literally will use and abuse anybody and anything. And as long as you have truth on him, he will lie about you until the end of time because he does not want people believing in the truth that you have to give.
What's funny about it is right now he has idle hands. He's not being let into the courts to do his badgering of whoever. And like next week, he can't even go in the courts and be a journalist. But he's, what was I going to say? Like, I forgot.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when the end of his trial comes and they announce that guilty verdict, I'll have the champagne ready.
Yeah.
He is getting to a long prison term. And anybody that supports that kind of behavior. Oh, John called for a trooper and guess what? He ran away like a little bitch boy that he is. Interesting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He's just trying to create something to make some money off of.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. Like, and if it's not abundantly apparent, it looks, a girl with an eagle eye said it looks like the police talked to him, but then he walked away. John was saying he was violating FCC or something by interrupting a broadcast. I mean, he's not wrong. It is a broadcast. You know what I'm saying? Like this behavior is not acceptable. I don't know in what world anybody would cheer on that kind of behavior. You don't have to like people, okay? You don't have to like me. You don't have to like him. But going the extra step to perpetuate lies about people, to hide your own misgivings the way he does, and I've never seen anyone in my life, and I have worked with the criminally insane, project as much as that man does. I've never seen anything like it. Like, you can bet at any given moment he is doing something, he's accusing someone else of doing that same thing. And I guess you could call it guilty conscience if you want. But mostly it's just his way of getting, quote, revenge on people he doesn't like.
Exactly. And he don't like anybody.
Literally. But then
again,
nobody likes him. Can you think about one single friend that man actually has? One?
No.
A follower. He has not made relationships with his followers as friends. Okay? Like the closest thing he's got to a friend is Boozy Susie, who he calls a nutcase. Like, so the man can't even keep a singular friend. I have made so many And the one silver lining in this whole thing is I've made so many amazing friends and some I would call of you family at this point from people I have met doing this show, that is the one silver lining to me, is I would not have met some of you otherwise. And there are so many amazing, smart, intelligent, funny people in this world that I would have missed out on those amazing, smart, intelligent, funny people if it wasn't for his shenanigans. Okay. But what I don't want is him to continue to victimize people, because there have been plenty of people who have been on the verge of taking their own life, dealing with the harassment that they have dealt with. And that is unacceptable.
Yep. It's sad. I send a lot of love to Lindsay. I'll tell you that.
I will let her know. I mean, if she's not watching, I will let her know.
Right.
It's nice to know that people have your back, you know? It's not fair what's been done to her. And in result of that, her legal fund is not seeing any push, and she needs her legal fund to see some push. It is clipped, by the way, onto my X. It's the pinned post on my X. If anybody wants to contribute, she definitely needs the help. She's a single mother of 4 children. Like, I hope people will do that. It's
go
not
to your X and
what has been done to her and to so many other people, what's been done to Ashley, what's been done to Leah. And these are all wonderful people that I have personal relationships with, and they're all amazing in their own way. And it's like, no one deserves that.
Ashley won that case.
I know. Brilliant. And that's he claims he's never lost a court case, which is so funny.
Right.
He has. He just lost 2 recently.
Yep.
Come on.
Her case was the one that I was really interested in the beginning, you know, and that's how we got connected. And and then I got Ryan Waters' case. I talk to him once in a while, and you know, he's been doing that one on his own for, I want to say 7 years. Is that right? 7?
Yeah, it's 7 or more.
Yeah.
7, it's close to like 6 or 7. It's somewhere around there. So I guess John DePetro is going to follow up on whether he violated the law by interrupting an FCC broadcast, and he's going to look into if Aiden just broke the law and pursue it if he did.
Good.
Said he's out on bail. It's not good for him. No, it's not. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to go check and come back and see what you tell me what you find, since I'm here. Yeah, and they do have guidelines against interrupting certain broadcasts, and Don's a journalist, so it doesn't matter if he was live or, you know, video or radio, but he clearly didn't do that for any other reason other than to annoy, harass, intimidate.
Exactly.
How does that?
Why isn't
the only he did it? Like,
he's just so awful. God, he's awful.
Probably the worst person I've probably ever come across. And I've come across some really bad people working in the criminal justice system in a jail. And I would put him way past some of the people I know who have actually like killed. And I'll tell you why, because the amount of damage he did to so many is the problem.
Right. And I mentioned that on my X the other day, like Judge Doolin has put away 25 murderers. And I want to know what their behavior was or their mental illness prior to murdering someone.
Right.
You know, like they're all sociopaths. Like, I
mean, the man's clear cluster B personality, narcissistic, probably borderline personality disorder from what I see. And a few other very serious mental health issues. And he lies to the court. I remember one time on Billy told him he had no mental health issues, but we have him in live stream saying that he has mental health issues. So he has no problem lying to the court either. And neither does his attorney. Let's make that very clear. Mr. Bradel is a liar, a bold-faced liar. He does not care if he lies to the court. And I'd say that to his face. He just is. He's a bold-faced liar. Like,
well, he remember when he stood out on the steps and said anybody who is being caught, and then he defends him in court because he is emotionally distressed. And I thought, oh, you're eating your words. He said Aiden was emotionally distressed last week because of this being brought to court.
Oh,
and
you know, and that's the other thing they tried to use when it came to Lindsay's not continuing her restraining order was, well, he's emotionally distressed by coming in here and he's worried about being set up. Bullshit. Nobody told him to go to her house. He did it on his own.
Yep.
That's crap. Okay. And first of all, restraining order doesn't get that doesn't get taken into consideration on a restraining order. If we did that for every person who was the subject of one, then no one would have one. Okay. That is not how restraining orders work. And so there was a miscarriage of justice, even in her case, on not extending that order. He already had a violation. She was clearly in fear, and very much still is. It should have been extended with no ifs, ands, or buts.
Exactly.
So what happened?
I don't understand the courts there. What does he have on those judges that they're not doing anything?
I don't know, but something smells fishy to me.
It does.
I wouldn't get away with that, even in that same court system. I'd be in prison right now.
Yeah.
So would you, or anyone else for that matter. Like, oh God, ew. Avoid it like the plague, Jesse. Like, no, you're my bestie. You guys are stuck with me. Like, I agree with that statement. I concur, Scorpio. I concur. Like, he is a domestic terrorist. Ethel, you are right. John DePetro is right. If I'm a domestic terrorist, John DePetro is 100% right. He is a domestic terrorist.
He was calling, what was that lady's name yesterday? Hyde. Jessica Hyde. Apparently, Aiden said on his ex that Jessica Hyde was a terrorist, and then it got taken down. I don't know if he took it down or what, but he called her a terrorist yesterday.
How dare he? She is 10 times smarter and has 10 times more class than he ever will. And I think he's just mad because he didn't follow a single thing she effing said because he's not that intelligent. That's why. So he didn't have anything else to talk about when it came to Jessica Hyde because he didn't understand a word that came out of her mouth.
Right. And she's a woman.
That too. If anybody ever noticed that 98% of the people he goes on attack for are women.
Yep.
Are women. Like, very rare that he goes after a man, but usually it's when he feels inferior to them.
Yeah.
That's usually when he does it. Or when he thinks they're taking the spotlight from him when it comes to a man. If you're taking too many people who could give him donos that are giving you donos, then he starts to attack. Like, you know,
well, he goes after vulnerable people too.
Oh yeah, he preys on them. That's like what a predator does. Just goes after broken, emotionally, broken women. At a point in their life where they're clearly like, they're okay, but like they're not okay. You know what I mean? They've been through some shit. Like, I hope John does press charges.
I do too.
I hope he does. I hope they revoke his bail, and I hope he sits in that jail cell until his trial. That's what he deserves, and then some. Like, because he's got journalistic credentials that he sued for, so they allow him in the buffer zone. But he's not allowed to just hang out in the buffer zone either. You're not allowed. You're not like filming or standing with your crew. Like, you can't just be running around causing a ruckus in the buffer zone either. Even as a journalist, you can get tossed for that. Like,
so last week when he was in court, he left and he did a live video, and he was saying that he doxed my email, so that's one reason. I had emailed the courts right after that to let them know, and then followed that with a reconsideration of his bail, a few days later. But anyway, while he was in court, in this live, he stated that the courtroom was full of his supporters. And I don't know if you saw my video, but there wasn't anybody in there. I thought it was so funny.
I can't. Okay. First of all, he's begging people to come outside to the buffer zone for the last week and throwing fits, and still nobody's showing up. He still hasn't figured out. People started figuring out what's going on. The only people you have are your loud, vocal, online personalities, and that's it. Like, good luck with that, sir. Why hasn't his bail been revoked yet is a question you'd have to ask the Dedham courts and the Stoughton courts, because anybody else's would have been. Talking to the troopers, he has to stand for 2 steps to look the trooper in the face.
Well, you'll have to keep me posted on this new thing with John DePetro. Yeah, because if they don't, I mean, if he presses charges and they don't revoke his bail, It's time to write. It's time to write a complaint. Judicial complaint.
I mean, here's the thing. We've definitely written complaints before. I don't have the faith in the BBO or that they'll actually do anything.
Well, you got to take your steps. You got to go through the process.
And this is exactly what I always tell people. Even though they may not do anything, you take the step anyway. Because if you go later on and say to a lawsuit and you want to sue and you say, I took this step, this step, this step, this step, and this step, and still nothing happened, someone higher may have to look into it at that point because you took all these steps, things still happened and nobody did anything.
Exactly.
So and then that them off in the box that you did it. Like,
yep. So we got to mark off that box before we go further.
Yeah, exactly. Like he only has one credential. He has one journalistic credential. That's it. Just one. That's all he has, Agent 99. Just one credential. And for years it was just.
Doesn't he have his doctorates?
Yeah, doctor. No, doctor idiot. He has the doctorate of being a moron. Does that count? Like, he's got a doctorate.
He said someone said Jessica Hyde isn't a doctor, and I said Aiden isn't either, but you still call him doctor. Oh my God!
They call him a lot of things, but like what? Like
I know, but when you're saying somebody, an expert witness is not a doctor, you're gonna.
Doesn't matter if she's a doctor, she's still 10 times smarter than any of them, which is the amazing thing, which is like, argue the argument. You're arguing her looks. Like, that is the most juvenile. Like, that is when you have no intelligence. You have to argue what someone looks like, what you perceive as not good looks, or being skinny, being fat, being poor, that's all they literally, like, their arguments against me are, I'm a poor person, and how dare I not like Turtle Boy because he's a piece of human garbage. Ooh.
Him and Howie Carr were calling one of the witnesses fat, and I'm like, this is how they get their views.
Is a dusty old crypt keeper that needs to go back to his crypt.
He is.
Like, I don't know why. And nobody except the sewer turtle takes Howie Carr seriously. Just saying.
It's disgusting. Disgusting.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, couple fireworks, Francesca. A couple little things in court today. You missed him being an absolute douche nozzle, per usual. Like, starting shit and jumping on John DePetro's live. Unacceptable. Let's see. John saying he's going to take it to Attorney Dodd. I think that's the name. Good for him. You watched it, Pollock? Yeah. We're going to put it in our Discord later. Freak's going to clip it and put it in our Discord later for us because I have such amazing, tech and mod people here. I freaking love you guys. You're the best. And John DePetro has done nothing wrong other than speak the truth,
What is Discord?
You don't have Discord. It's a free app. It's a free app. Certain channels have their own, Discord for their channel and all that stuff. So usually it's just a place for people to gather and talk about whatever,
Yeah.
It's a good app. I like the app. It's definitely helpful to have everyone in one place where you can just be like, at everyone, this is what happened, or show a clip and everybody knows where to find it. You know what I mean?
Isn't that what X is?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, not really, because in X, you're showing it to everyone and anyone. Potentially it is a public Discord, anybody and everybody. Well, you can see everybody who's in the channel. So this is
okay.
Are watching my channel. So it's the Twisted Tragedy Discord. So it's mostly all of them. You know what I mean?
I gotcha.
So it's a little better than just using Facebook or X if you're trying to in one location give information to people who are interested in that specific information, that thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, I think she can probably confidently say the letters she wrote were seen by the DA's office because they were sent to them. So sent to the court. So
mine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I sent it to I sent it to Cosgrove and Michael Morrissey's office.
So yeah, you know what I mean? They've definitely
absolutely.
definitely have it. And it was
Well, and Cosgrove is aware that I have been that Aiden doxed my email. Like he didn't care.
no, of course
But I
not.
accidentally sent it to a Brian Tolley that is not the right Brian Tolley, which is kind of funny.
Mass State Police. Yeah, you got to go
Yeah.
MSP. I think there's like another mass record
But-
for that.
But I think that Brian Tolley, even though it wasn't the right one, is the one who sent it to the correct Brian Tolley. Because in court, they said that it went to Brian Tolley's LinkedIn account. I don't have LinkedIn, so that's the only way that email could have gotten to Brian Tolley, through LinkedIn, if that Brian Tolley sent it.
What they were talking about is that someone got a threat through LinkedIn.
That was Brian Tolley.
Right. Brian Tolley got a threat through LinkedIn.
Okay, so that email
that it was a threat they got from a turtle rider after he did his whole spiel. They immediately got like a threat from one of them to Brian Tolley.
Oh, so it was another Brian Tolley?
No, it was the Brian Tolley, but it was.
That's what I thought.
It was a threat that was sent to him. Yeah, from one of the turtle riders.
Exactly. So listen to what I'm saying. That Brian Tolley that I accidentally emailed was a turtle rider.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
He got my email, and I think he sent it to the correct Brian Tolley. And Aiden did this video like, oh, look at this. This turtle rider got this email, and he put it up on his channel. But what he doesn't know is, what he doesn't realize is that turtle rider sent it to the Brian Tolley that it needed to go to.
What a dumbass. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
All the information you're supposed to. This is what happens. You just report on shit and you don't know the full truth of anything. And I will tell you, he's a gossiper. Like, that's literally all he does is he takes gossip from his inbox and posts it as if it's truth. He doesn't do any research.
I know.
And check to see if it's real. He doesn't care. It's salacious and it gets people going. So there you go. Like, it's, I mean, anybody watching him should know that by now. Turtley douche. Yeah, Jessica Hyde's credentials are far superior to anything he will ever have. And Ashley's right; he has more felonies than credentials.
That's right. He once said that anybody who has a charge pending, they are criminal. And if you have so many charges, then you are a career criminal. So I guess that makes Aiden a career criminal. Yeah,
you can get a career criminal charge. There's actually a charge for being a career criminal. Like, funny enough, but like, I mean, the fact that he had anything to say about Jessica Hyde is literally the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Well, that's what he does: is hides. He hides, and then he pops out. That's what he did to John. He hid behind like a pillar, and then he creeped up on John. Like, you're a weird person. Like, he does argue against anybody that's smarter than him, more successful. Like,
it's always women. It's always women, and he will not confront a man. He never confronts a man unless that man
called the police on JLR for being on a public sidewalk outside of his house. Isn't that the exact same thing he's trying to defend in court right now?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
He's a hypocrite.
The biggest kind. The biggest kind. And it's like, I don't know how people following him don't grasp that concept. You can't say this person's awesome, this person's great, they're about the First Amendment, while they actively say, if this person's doing the same thing that I'm doing, it's not okay. I'm calling the police. But it's okay for me to do it because I'm a satirist. What?
Yeah, even the First Amendment doesn't cover that when you use fighting words.
There's also
he thinks it does, but it doesn't.
In the state of Massachusetts. Massachusetts does not have journalistic privilege at all.
I don't know who told him to start using that. Probably Bradel, but it ain't working.
But we don't have it. There is no journalistic privilege in the state of Massachusetts. Sorry. Like,
no.
Well, that's the thing. These are the same people that say Proctor's texts are too bad, but they're literally sending me death threats and awful, terrible things like that they say. Like, they're okay with that, but they're not okay with what
Right.
Proctor said. That's the, like, come on, man, stop it. Like, stop.
And that was on his personal phone to his friends.
The amount of things
He did not make that.
Turtle Boy's phone, though, the amount of things that are on his devices is catastrophic for him. And he knows this. This is why he's so nervous. And you know what? Notice how he'll say, I'm not nervous at all about anything that's in my phone. It's because he's extremely nervous about what's in his phone.
And this is why I wish Cosgrove was a little bit younger, because the stuff that's on his phone can show that he submitted court documents that were fake.
Correct.
In some of these cases, and I wish we could get that.
Cases. It also shows numerous instances, probably more than a dozen of blackmail and more than a dozen of wiretapping.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, just saying. Like, oh, I'm sure he sounded scared because he's all good when he thinks he's going to make himself some money to do it, but the second he realizes that, like, oh shit, maybe I could go to jail for this, then he gets real scaredy pants. He should keep his head on a swivel for those trucks and those Silverados for the rest of the day. Just saying. Like, yeah, I know John's gonna tell us what happened for sure. We have emailed the Attorney General. Shocker enough, we have, Joan. Believe me when I say we have, a very long time ago. These are steps we took a long time ago to stop this.
Well, I better get going.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, court's gonna be restarting up, but it's nice to have you. You're always welcome. You know that.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to clear some things up and let people know that I'm not Kim Fair, or she's not me, or
you're not. But don't take their vile, veiled threats seriously. They don't know what they're talking about half the time. You have to remember they follow a dude named Sewer Turtle that doesn't know a law if it punched him in the face. So I wouldn't take anything that they say seriously because it's all meant to scare you.
But I also feel bad for those people because they're going after them because they think they're the ones who wrote the stuff I wrote, and
that's perpetually going to happen no matter what. No matter what, if they're going to accuse someone of being me, no matter how many times they say I have one account. Even people who know me know I have an X account. I don't need more than one. Like,
right.
So,
all right, girl. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Well, that was an interesting lunchtime that he did that. That's crazy talk. Like, I cannot believe he actually decided that was going to be some sort of bright idea. Man's a friggin' genius, huh? Like, oh, we have. They're not interested in doing anything about anything, to be honest with you. The Attorney General's office is not so great here in Massachusetts. Sorry. I was extending that invitation that I extended most of you who are going to be by yourselves on Mother's Day to come on over. We're probably just going to cook out here at my house and have a little cookout. So anybody who's just sitting at home, you can come on over. Come on over. Remember, too, today's Thursday. Tomorrow will be the last show until Monday because Sunday is Mother's Day, and I don't usually do my Sunday show on a holiday. So tomorrow, this week, I usually only have Saturdays off, but this week I will have Saturday and Sunday off because Sunday's Mother's Day and I am a mom. I probably won't do much other than have a little cookout here, but I won't be doing a live on Sunday. So let's just remember that tomorrow will be the last day that we will have a live on my channel until Monday again. We have, Joan, and sent it to multiple other people in the office. Oh yeah, and that's exactly how you can prove it. Like, yeah, I know, Michael, as he should have. Yeah, everything's false, different rules for him than everybody else. Like it's a conspiracy, you guys. It's a conspiracy against him. Everything is a conspiracy against him and Karen Reed. Neither of them have done anything wrong ever. they're special, right? They're special, that it's all a conspiracy against both of them. The fact that anybody believes that is the most amazing thing that I've ever heard in my life, is that people actually believe it. Yeah, see, that's half the problem here, Joan, is these people don't have to run for a re-election, so they're not afraid of not doing their job. Judges too. And that's why judges should be appointed, because if they don't do their job, they get voted out. That doesn't happen in Massachusetts. It's almost impossible to even remove a really bad judge. It has to be voted on. It never makes it out of committee. Which is why you'll have bad judges perpetually in the state for 20, 30 plus years, because they never get removed. And when I say it's been done, I literally mean like we've went all the way up until the FBI, okay? Like we've taken many, many steps to stop this, because many, many people have almost offed themselves from the harassment they've received. And that I am not okay with. My dad committed suicide. I will never be okay with somebody wanting to commit suicide for dealing with harassment that they don't deserve for something they didn't do, or just being harassed by a mob of people who believe they're bad because he said so. It's absurd. Someone is going to get hurt, and who gets held accountable when that happens? You know? He does. In the video, he comes like creeping up from behind with his phone up. Of course, John was so caught off guard. Is not okay. What the fuck? Yeah, well, that's... He needs to be removed from X. He needs to be removed from Facebook. He needs to be removed from YouTube. He has broken the terms of service on all of them, except none of the platforms seem to want to do anything about it. So that's on them. If they get sued later on for other people who have gotten harassment because of it, they've been given formal complaints. If they choose to do nothing about those formal complaints, they are now legally liable at that point. So that's on those platforms. If they want to be held legally liable, that's on them. You know? Yeah, there was quite a bit, you know? We'll send her the link so she can join if she wants. A lot. Oh, we have. No, I'm not saying we've only done it once. I mean, like, we started doing it a long time ago. And they don't have elections. That's the problem. That's half the problem. We know that he's a serious threat to society. We're very well aware of it. How great would it be if Hank Brennan was a prosecutor? That would be amazing. You have no idea. I've like wished upon a star that would happen. Like he'd be ultimately screwed and then some. Like John will always handle himself well. He knows what he's doing. And I do hope that he follows up on it. You know? What did you miss? Well, I think there's too much to tell you what you missed, but a lot. You missed a lot. There was quite a few things that happened during lunch. Yeah, because like, what the hell are you doing? And I'd be like, bro, do you need like an ambulance? Do you need some medical help? Like, why are you behind me, you weirdo? Like, do you need me to call a therapist, a psych doctor? What are you having a seizure? What is happening? Like, what the hell? Yes, always check first. Always. I had an issue here and everyone contacted them so much they turned their phones to voicemails at work, though. I mean, I get it. We've tried it. They just don't want to seem to do anything, but that's okay because once they have been formally told, they can be held legally liable at that point. So, you know, that's on them. They want to be sued into oblivion. There's plenty of attorneys that will, especially for that kind of money those kind of companies have. They'll do it on contingency knowing that it's going to be a very large payout. So that's on them. These companies want to keep ignoring formal complaints to their legal departments. I guess that's on them. I don't think that I would ever suggest that they ignore those types of reports or just endlessly say it's under investigation either, because that's not going to help them in the long run. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? He sure does. Half of his problem. Yeah, that's what they do. You just have to ignore and block them. That's all they do is threaten. They do it every day to me, literally every single day. And I literally roll my eyes and I laugh and I hit the block button, or I delete the email or the text message or the fake phone calls that I just don't answer if I don't know the number. So they just get my voicemail that's already full. So they wasted their finger push-ups once again. Like, yeah, and that's what should happen here, Joan. That's exactly what should happen, is the judges should lose their elections for not doing their job. It's that simple. Like, I just saw a video of Mr. Burns lying through his teeth about the taillight to a reporter. Oh, shocker. Shocker. More lies from the Reed family. We have that, but they don't do anything. Joan, why? Because they're made up of former judges and current attorneys. So nothing ever gets done. Me too, R. He says everyone's scared of him. That's his like famous thing. Like, oh, Hank Brennan is scared of me. Hank Brennan's not the one who pled the fifth there, pal. That was you, sir. Your scared ass pled the fifth. I would never plead the fifth. Like, your scared ass pled the fifth, sir. Like, you. Not Hank Brennan, you. Like, it is because inside he feels this big. And because realistically, he's not much bigger in real life, just about this big. But, you know, he feels this big inside. So he thinks that making other people feel shitty is that somehow going to make him feel larger. The problem with that is that he's not ever going to be larger. He's always going to be this small little man, inside and outside. This small, insignificant little man bug that thinks that hurting other people is somehow going to get him somewhere in life. What he doesn't realize is when his trial happens and all of the evidence comes out of all of the things he's been doing this entire time and lying, most people will abandon ship with him. Most normal people or people who have been misled will abandon ship. And even some cuckoos that have been following him will abandon ship. He will be stuck with a core of 30, 40, maybe 100 cuckoo bananas people that will just always take everything he says as like some gospel. And that's pretty much it, because when it's all is said and done, he cycles through so many viewers. He doesn't have like a cycle of this many viewers that always watch him. He has 30 that always watch him, and then it's always in and out and in and out and in and out, because he's always insulting people. He's always reading things incorrectly and then going on a rant or a tangent about what the person said because he didn't understand what they were saying. Like, the list goes on and on and on. There is nothing that man touches that doesn't burn to the ground. He doesn't have a friend in this world, not an actual real friend, like a friend from childhood or a friend you went to college with or a friend, your neighbor. Like, dude does not have a single friend. What does that tell you? That it can't be everyone else. He's always doing this, right? It can't be everyone else. The common denominator in all of the drama and all of the dumpster fire of his life is him. He loves to do this, but what he really needs to do is this. It's him. The common denominator is him. Like, he can't handle 6 minutes in jail. You know, the last stint he was crying in the cell. Like, then he banging on the door, and they had to tell him it wasn't like a hotel. Like, bro, banging on the door isn't going to get us to give you what you want. Shut the F up. Like, yeah, I mean, let's hope so. I don't have high hopes, but, you know, I hope you're right, Francesca, because I got this much hope left in the system when it comes to dealing with him. He does need a padded cell. 7-point restraints would do just fine. Like, we used to have those restraint units where people would have to be shot in the butt with medication. A team would go in with a shield and they would have to be shot in the butt to calm them down in the prison that I worked in. He is literally one of those people. Like, how? Because he lies. He makes up evidence. He tries to make the other person. I mean, he's a narcissist. That's what they do. The other person is the bad person, not him. It's the other people. And some judges just buy the bullshit, you know? But I do think that hefty dose of karma is incoming, hardcore. Of course, Vinny isn't going to report anything like that. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It is disturbing. It's extremely disturbing. And if you're that disturbed about it, I suggest you probably write a letter to the Norfolk DA's attorney, you know, their office, to say how disturbed you are. That he's not being charged with other crimes that he's been committing, things like blackmail and wiretapping. I don't know. Why not charge someone? They could have charged him with a bunch of violations of a restraining order when Lindsay had hers. Indirect and direct contact of people threatening her, harassing her, making phone calls about her children, like all sorts of shit. Emails, text messages, all by his mob about him talking about her on his show, lying nonetheless. And then right after, what would happen? Be charged with that. Should have been charged with that. It should have been a violation of the restraining order multiple times. Won't call either one of the Bryans or Proctor. Well, I mean, I think they would have to call one of the Bryans if they're using, like, if the defense is using them as third party, why wouldn't the Commonwealth call? Not only that, but he has no idea who the Commonwealth is going to call and who the Commonwealth isn't going to call. He might know who the defense is going to call, but he certainly does not know who the Commonwealth is going to call. Like, well, unfortunately, Carolyn, the problem is when you put two insane people or people who are not mentally well together, they sort of feed off each other's not mental wellness. And that's sort of what's happening over there. And again, his family doesn't really have much to do with him. So that's probably why they don't really know what to do with him. What are they really going to do? Section 12 him? He'll be out in 6 hours. Like, so, oh, make no mistake about that. She will be. Except this time, people aren't going to feel bad as they did to people in previous cases with him, because the other women didn't go around harassing women, making stock accounts, spreading false lies, doing things that they think are cute and funny on fake stock accounts, just saying vile, horrible, awful lies about people because he said so, so it must be true, and do it under fake accounts, then get caught because you're not very good at concealing your identity, because you're not very good at, concealing your temper or your emotions. Nobody's going to feel bad for her. That's the problem. No one's going to feel bad for her because none of the other exes that have dealt with this harassment after being a victim have ever done that kind of stuff. She's the only one. No one's going to feel bad for her. I certainly don't feel bad for her. I'll tell you that right now. Not even a smidge. And I'm a person that usually feels bad for most people. Like, I can usually have some emotion for some people. She gets nothing from me. Absolutely nothing. The things she has said and done, not just Lindsay, Leah, the list goes on and on. People she perceives as threats as women. Like, she's a very insecure human being. It's very readily apparent. Yeah, the sewer turtle did, Jezebel. And Johnny Petro's going to look into it because he interrupted a broadcast. You can't do that. He does have a tiny peep. Isn't that amazing? Maybe it's always guys with tiny peepees that have the problem. I don't know. Maybe that's it, Jack. Oh, is he no longer involved with Dayton? Is that like a thing? He's no longer? Yeah, no. I mean, I thought he was still following. Yeah, no. Is that not a thing? Nothing yet. Hopefully soon, JMS. Nothing yet. I don't know why you're just, there's a lot of people just finding me now, I guess. I don't know. You can write to the state anonymously. Yeah, of course you can. You can email anonymously. You can do all sorts of stuff anonymously. If you don't want to put your name in there, absolutely you can. I mean, I don't usually sit and just talk shit, but I mean, when it's warranted, it's warranted.
Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Me too, Susie. Me too, my friend. Me too.
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
You are right. It is just as vicious. When you put two sick people together, what do you expect, Not get turned to mail delivery. I love that potluck. Oh, there are plenty of people who understand. He has dozens and dozens and dozens of victims. So make no mistake, you're not the only one, that's for sure. But I will warn you, we don't just sit here and talk shit about him all day. We talk about the case mostly.
1146, please.
That's warranted to talk about, then we do. Oh, I know. I think about Heels every day. 1 year since she passed, on a stream that we were doing together when the accident happened. We all say a little prayer for Heels right now. Hi, Casey. Caught up in real time 2.5 times? That's okay, Jack. You can totally catch up later and then hit the button, you know? That's right.
1206, please.
She is. I think my whole chat is so much fun. Everybody's so much fun. We have the best chat ever.
1207.
One minute, guys. I'm going to try to get my snack. I'm starving.
1210, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to the evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I'd move this as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions outstanding, tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And it has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. that may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why
yes,
you supervise
that is one possibility.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind, and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that.
No, I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sorry, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was
His assignment started weeks earlier.
Any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
You proved absolutely nothing here, Jackson, other than he was on call. You idiot. What a dummy.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation?
Nope.
Tainted the investigation?
No.
No.
Not at all?
Nope.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Is that a question? Or a
Is that a
statement?
question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I said is honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and
Yeah,
ask
that's a
again.
comment.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Just worded it the same way. You'll allow it? It's worded the same.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question,
You just did. You just did.
correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and
You
integrity
just said yes.
by
Objection.
Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, is the case
False.
officer, correct?
That's completely false.
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
What? No.
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
While he's approaching, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's always helpful. We definitely need that kind of help. We don't have monetization still. Thanks, YouTube. We would like you to hurry up on that. I agree with Crimson. Alan Jackson's a schmuck. Sounds condescending. Jerry's not going to like it.
I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me. If that's what you want me to do, I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
As the Simpsons would say. Dumbass. Why wouldn't you bring an authentic copy, you weirdo? Or a correct photocopy? That's weird. What the hell? He did deliberately lie to the court and have discovery violations. He did, yes. That is correct.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case.
How's he supposed to know? Grave, I get it, but at the same time, he knows where Jackson's going to try to go with the conspiracy, so I would be the same way. Like, I'm not
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant.
An answer that's going
because
to
of the
feed into your
quality of
conspiracy
it.
bullshit.
The addendum A
You know what I mean?
appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have
And
you ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this
What?
is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm
We don't
sorry?
know.
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't
Good
know
for
who
him.
produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it? or
No.
not? If you don't, you don't.
And that document came from you.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
I don't know. Maybe, Jackson, you false evidence just like Turtle Boy does. How does he know? You know?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Yeah, he did that on purpose. Like, he can't take him at his word for that. You're not supposed to. You're taught not to testify that way. You cannot, unless it's a true copy. You're literally taught not to testify like that. Where's Potluck? He can probably tell you that. Oh, different country, but still.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
They took photocopies of stuff.
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Geofence.
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please.
He said it doesn't seem like it's an actual search warrant. They're taking screenshot or photocopies of things
Does that
and
appear
then
to be a
saying,
report
"This is what it is, right?" No, fuck out of here.
authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does prove
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
Well, he always asks run-on questions. That's why people need to be careful, because that's his famous trick. Jackson's has asked 3 questions in one, and then if you say yes, he says, "Oh, so you said yes to the first part of the question." Like, no. But the judge should also
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
You didn't ask.
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8.
So basically, he's just like saying, "Oh, Trooper Proctor did all this." Okay, but where's all the stuff that everyone
you see a
else
similar
did
report by Trooper Guarino?
when it came to this
Yes.
stuff?
And do you
Where?
see reference to Karen?
Where's all that?
Pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Because the other troopers, like Buchanan here did a bunch of other things with their names on it as well.
Yes.
So all he did was take all the Trooper Proctors and go,
also,
does that say Trooper Proctor? Does that say Trooper? Oh, look at all the things Trooper Proctor
Yeah,
did.
him and I with it together.
His name is in the report, though.
They don't do things
Yes,
alone.
his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
Yes.
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's
Strike that.
entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Even by his supervisor. That didn't help Jackson at all.
Do you recognize that report?
What a dumb
sorry, I was
comment.
still
to
turning.
make. Now, your proctor didn't even know her before this happened. So let's throw that out there.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
You shouldn't
You see
be.
document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
Hank's not asking that to be struck
do.
from the record.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Yeah, he's not answering your questions without looking at it, bro. Sorry. But the judge absolutely can correct and say, I'm striking that. And she should strike. She didn't strike the last comment either. She said, all right, with comments, but didn't strike it. I didn't hear her say I'm striking that. Did anybody hear that? Like, he doesn't have to, but you know, if I was him, I would. I don't know why he's not. He's probably just letting them make fools of themselves, which is what's happening. But I mean, I'd be objecting with the comments because they're inappropriate and it lets the jury know that they're inappropriate with the comments. Shouldn't be able to. That's the problem. Oh, this.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a
that must be
November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by
the Munchkin
Michael
Man.
Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022,
think that's why Hank's not
3
objecting to
pieces
the
of clear
comments.
plastic on February 11th, 2022.
It just makes him look like a jackass.
Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that
Yeah, she
referenced in
didn't
there?
be on Channel 4.
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13.
Agreed, she is useless at this point.
This
in
is
my
an
opinion.
evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13. Yes, sir.
I know. He can't, though.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
Huh? Trooper Proctor? Let me guess.
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And
No.
those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans.
This is where they got their 6-week
Belt.
nonsense of it sat in a car. It never sat in a car. Anywhere.
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
He
Some
won't.
of those items are listed, yes.
He won't say where they sing
And
in
he
your
even
car.
mentions
for
the
6
straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Watch. Go ahead, debunk the cult. Do it, AJ. He won't. He won't.
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of
Very
those
correct.
items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael
Good
Proctor
point out. You're
was
right.
involved with in
It's
terms of
not.
this investigation.
Everyone else did a lot more too. Dumbass.
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in.
There was a lot more. Everyone was involved in.
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100 plus reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author
Yep.
of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Guarino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I'd hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor,
What?
you don't know everything Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it.
Yeah, that's utterly absurd if you're trying to
Especially
make
the case officer in
jury
this case. As busy as
draw
he
that
is,
line.
right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Made AJ look
Sir,
like
you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way.
Oh, please. We don't want to. Shut the hell up. You and your dumbass
At no
comment.
point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. but we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes. Correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
You objected to the witness you're questioning? Like, I'm sorry, what? You come again? I'm not gonna lie, Susie, that McDonald's sounds amazing right now. And if I had somebody to call to bring it to me, I would. It sounds really good. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this is so absurd. Like, you're objecting because you don't want him. Iris, by the way, I just answered you on X. I know I'm super slow in answering people on X. I apologize. And Facebook. I apologize. I can't get to everything every day. I try to, but by the end of the day, I am tired. And, you know, I got 3 minions at home, 3 daughters that love to drive mommy up a wall. So lots of things I don't get to, and there's not enough hours in the day. He's upset because he was explaining his answer about the cocktail glass, and he didn't want him to explain. So,
Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
He is answering the question that's asked. Well, you want to bitch and whine? That just makes AJ look like an idiot to the jury.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, you can't. You can have a moment to take a flying F and ride it off of a very large bridge.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
No, please.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take?
Unlike you?
At that moment to determine
For comments.
whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described.
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
Nope.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
Nope.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
Doesn't need to.
That is correct.
Nothing to process.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
Exactly, Lisa.
I did not.
I do think that inside him. I think he's not objecting because
No one actually documented the crime scene.
It's hurting the defense
by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. You didn't cause
You don't
that.
tell him what the answer is.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section. What is that?
You cannot tell
It's
a
a
witness
unit,
what the answer is.
specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
They had no
Did
problem.
you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
Objection.
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes, I do.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses.
He is a witness.
Where were those
you idiot.
3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people.
Yes, we did.
Three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed three civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and two witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other two.
Before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people, all three, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. Mm-hmm. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right?
Oh, no, kitty.
Say yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but
No, of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
Strike the comments, Your Honor.
Suspects lie to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
Yes.
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
Here we go.
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
Yeah, the tone.
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
This is not helping the defense. No, this is he's again.
You
AJ
find
makes
that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house?
Done it many
Just to
times.
Be there?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You don't know what all the time means.
He said cooperating witnesses.
Always.
Cooperating witnesses.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Yeah, they're cooperating.
Okay,
Witnesses.
maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if
They're
an investigator
cooperating.
were keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation. Someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can have a moment if you go F yourself. Then you can have a moment. You're gonna be a bigger dickhead than no. You don't get a moment, sir, to be a bigger a-hole. There was no
I want to
probable
shift gears
cause.
for a second,
Sorry,
Sergeant
Bob.
Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence.
Who are these
Today, correct?
buffoons in the back row?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
Is that a thriller video in the back row there?
Described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's what it looks like to me.
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Madam Coach.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
I do, but I do know that there's differences
Yes.
in
Do
certain
you recognize
things.
that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
Poor kitties.
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
While that's being marked, may we approach very briefly?
Alan Jackson's an actual idiot. Let's remember that the man is floundering here because he doesn't really know what else to do. I agree, but I think the back row of what we call it, the Karen mob family's seats there looks like a Michael Jackson Thriller video, and I would want out of there immediately. Like, that's what it looks like to me in that back row. I think Matt from Boundless Millennial said something along the lines a long time ago about FKR as if they were, I forget what he used as a term, hills have eyes type people or something like that. Hold on.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. It worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir.
Sorry, ladies. Y'all see that wedding ring? He's married. He's married.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollection as to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock. approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know.
You indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Say that because they keep getting paid more.
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
Yep, because they sprinkled taillight in it to frame.
I don't have
Karen.
a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Yeah, you know, they just decided it was a great idea to just frame Karen for this one, right? Like they were just sprinkling taillight pieces on John's clothes. Like this is so far out of the realm of what a jury is going to be able to believe. It's crazy. And they know the jury didn't buy it in the first trial, so I don't know why they're trying it again in the second. They didn't change and they didn't retool much.
Do you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay.
Exactly, a key card.
Did you
show
see
when.
the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
Stop using the effing word to try to seem smart, you idiot. He's used the word colloquy at least 4 times in this trial that I can remember thus far.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag.
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it. And
No, stop trying to get him to answer it the way you want it.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
She can and does live at home with her parents. She just decided it was more spritzy to spend over $100,000.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
Have
But
you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log.
I wish I'm stuck here.
They have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
Hank's letting it slide because it
I
sounds
have never seen a log like that. No.
it sounds so insane that he knows how
The fact
insane.
is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain? Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs
They don't use
the
written
item
pieces of paper anymore,
between
sir.
January 29th and February 4th.
This
That
isn't
doesn't exist, does it?
1912.
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be
You don't
redundant,
document
really.
you don't document documentation.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented a 1 piece and I collected. And then the 10th.
Okay.
Oh my God. I mean, I thought Alessi was bad. This is like floundering I've never seen before. Like, Jackson, my dude, you don't even know where you're going with this conspiracy theory anymore. This is a little crazy.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD,
I agree.
who
Great.
was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was at the scene. There was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
That's it.
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to AJ does because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in the car
and at
speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34?
Oh, because he's old, he couldn't see it. Is that what we're doing?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Objection. Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
My
No.
God, they're delusional.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
Yeah, Leon, that's what they want you to believe. Yes,
To
exactly.
prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews.
But
I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
no, I didn't figure that you were. We all get the comment.
Oh yeah, they've been saying Chief Berkowitz won't be in on it. He's dead now, by the way. Chief Berkowitz is not even alive.
5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the investigation, at least parts of the investigation, because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can,
Yes,
Your Honor.
all right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything else about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been any.
All rise for the court, please. Here's close your notebook, follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
It should have been no social media use, none, zero. They should have been sequestered, in my opinion, in the first and second trial. And I've said this the entire time, and that's another thing I think Massachusetts did wrong. No, she hasn't, Joy. It's 4 here, 4, and she doesn't even go until 4. Half the time she lets them go at 3:30. She takes these long, ridiculous breaks, half hour here, 40 minutes there, an hour and some change here. It's absurd. Massachusetts, like, when it comes to trials, this whole ending at 4, like most judges will still go past 4. Like, she wants it on the nose. Like, yes, you want to get the jury out of there. I understand that. But at the same time, you're not even doing a full 8 hours. I get on about a half hour earlier than the trial starts at 8:30. And they don't even start until after 9 most of the time. Okay. And I'm on after they end, and I'm doing about 8 hours a day. So what does that tell you? That's the family. It's Paul O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe, looking tired, of course. I would be as well. Also, while we were doing that, Joan, thank you so much for your $20 donation. I appreciate it very, very much, Joan. It means a lot, guys, because the channel's been struggling a little since doing these 8-hour streams for court every day. Usually we don't do 8 hours. We do 3, maybe 4 tops. And so these 8-hour ones, actually the channel gets less donations. And so it's been a little bit of a struggle. So I appreciate it. It definitely helps. Claire also sent earlier $50 through Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you, Claire, my friend. Kevin has sent his well wishes. He sent a message to thank us for the flowers, and he wanted to say that he sends his love. So I told him to reach out if he needs anything, and we're more than happy to do it, and that I hope that he loves them. And he said he's feeling good about getting ready for this fight that he has with the cancer, and so I just said, let us know if you need anything. We send all of our love, and I will give your love back to everyone else. And so I am giving Kevin's love and wishes to everyone as he reached out to say thank you. Yesterday was the day that ARCA was supposed to submit their report. Thank you, Joan. Yeah, she starts late and ends early. Exactly. Yeah, extra long lunches, extra long morning things. It's absurd. Like, yeah, we sent our love and flowers today to Kevin. And he reached out to say thank you. So I told him that I would give everyone his love. Of course. That's nice. That's very nice, Susie. Yeah, I'm sure he's, hanging in there. We need him to just fight, But he's in good hands. He's at a very good hospital. He's in good hands. So it was supposed to be yesterday that ARCA was supposed to be, but we haven't heard. They have not told us whether ARCA actually submitted that report. I would assume that if they did not submit that report, we would have saw something from Hank on the docket saying that he wanted them not to testify or be taken out because they didn't submit the report in time. So I'm assuming we would see something like that if they didn't. So I can only assume that they did. So that's, the best assumption we could get. The defense accuses the witnesses of wasting time. Everything they've done has been a waste of stalling. I agree with you, B. Harley. I also will say that this whole stretch of conspiracy, you want the jury to believe that Michael Proctor, sprinkled taillight on the clothes? Is that what you're going to argue? Because it's the only thing you can't argue with the evidence. And then you're saying that there needs to be like a paper log. Like, this isn't 1992. Okay. Everything is usually digitized now. And even if it's not digitized, okay, it would be in their reports on each thing. So that was his point, which is we don't do an evidence log other than it being logged in and out. It doesn't get, you log it in, putting it on butcher paper. You don't then say, well, this person was the last person seen with it, and it's open to all the people that have a key card. Like, that's at every police station for every single case. That's the way it works. So to suggest that, like, because it's not logged every second of the day, I mean, that would be absurd, number one. Number two, they have reports. So they write reports instead. So it'll say, like, we took it to transport it to wherever, like the medical place it needs to be tested, whatever. Like, that's in a report. So there doesn't need to be a duplicate of a log when it's already in a report. So he's like, that would be redundant. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, yeah, all of the defense sidebars, just like Karen's side eye and her in this picture, and her resting duck face, because that's what I'm calling it. It's a resting duck face. And somebody else just pointed out on my Discord that her whole family has the resting duck face, and I didn't realize they're right. Nathan Reed has the resting duck face as well. So I guess the whole family has resting duck face. To me, this is just another stall tactic and a complete reach. You want the jury to buy that Michael Proctor did something wrong but also Karen didn't do anything at all wrong, but with her statements and the evidence, that's proving to be very difficult for them to prove. I mean, it is frustrating to not have Hank object, but you don't want to run the risk of doing a ton of objections or telling the jury you don't want them to hear what's coming, which is what objections sort of like nod to the jury, is that you don't want them to hear what's coming next. So I think he's just letting it fly because it's so ridiculous that like all he really needs to do is do a redirect and say, was there some vast conspiracy? No. Did Michael Proctor say some mean things? Sure. Did he, although those haven't been brought out, which is interesting to me. I don't know what they're doing with that. Like, are they not going into that at this time? I don't know. Like, yeah, did you bag the evidence together? Half those reports that he was like, all he did was pull all of the reports or all the warrants or all the things that Michael Proctor signed and then handed them to Yuri Buchanan and said, who signed that one? Who signed that one? Who signed that one? I would have said to Yuri Buchanan, okay, these are the ones that Michael Proctor signed, but where are the other 40 or so that other people wrote? In this case, 40 or 50 that other people wrote. Like, okay, cool. These are the ones he wrote, but all you did was pull all of the ones that he wrote and had me read who wrote them. And then to give photocopies without, like, wait a second. You don't have the actual document. You have shitty photocopies for a trial? I mean, that's bad lawyering right there, bro. Like, no, you should always have at least a photocopy and it marked from the court as it being such, right? So that they know it's real, because lawyers will oftentimes, especially defense, like, did you write this? Oh, you did? Oh, well, we just made this up. So now we know you're lying. Like, they'll often throw things in that someone else didn't write without it being signed and be like, you wrote this, right? How do I know who wrote this? There's no signature on it. Like, that's not like to get someone to admit like, oh, they wrote it to fit their narrative. Like, even if there's no signature on it, like, I can't tell you who wrote it. It's photocopies and bad photocopies. Like, that was hilarious. You objected to your own question being answered. What he wanted to do was use Buchanan as a hostile witness. That's what he wanted. That's why he went and cried to the judge, where, Your Honor, make him answer my questions. The problem with that is I also heard Alan Jackson at one point say, well, that's the answer, and then tell him what the answer is. You cannot tell a witness what the answer is. And that the judge should have stepped in and said, no, that is not how this works. This is not what is supposed to be said. Like, oh, these were the voicemails?
Good morning. I'm with your niece and nephew. You pervert. You're a pervert. John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are using me right now. You're another girl sleeping next to me. You're a loser. Yourself.
5:23:26 a.m. The defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
6:03:02 a.m. The defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone.
Karen looks bored.
Very cool, beautiful, Vietnam, relating and no.
This is just how we hear all the windshield wipers and mute it, but like, these are her reactions to certain things. My overall take was that it's exhausting, okay, to watch Alan Jackson try to put words in people's mouths and say, this is the answer, and the judge not step in and say, Mr. Jackson, you cannot tell the witness how to answer the question. Like, and then say to the jury, disregard the statements of counsel. She never once stepped in all those comments. If that was Hank, you better damn well know that she would have been like, oh, jurors, like, why? I mean, Hank's letting it go, but at the same time, it's also the judge's job to make sure a fair trial happens. And comments are not part of it. And if you remember, she was on top of comments a lot in the first trial when it came to Alan Jackson. So it's not like he doesn't already know. The problem with that is there are no consequences for when he does it. There wasn't in the first trial. There wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the objecting to his own question, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Like, and JMS is right. The defense always objecting every question. It's not a good look for them. It's just not, especially when they're objecting to the same thing over and over that like is going to eventually come out. What purpose does it serve? And this is part of why you don't see Hank objecting a ton, because you can object to a bunch of things, but if you know ultimately that answer is going to come out, what is the point of objecting? You're just going to make your side look bad. There's no point in doing that. Like, it is full court. She's at full week. So there's court tomorrow. Oh yeah, Higgins always has flipped on X with these people, and the feds are always coming. They don't seem to realize that there'll be dust and the feds still won't be here. So they'll be waiting until the day they die. The feds are not coming. Nobody else is going to be arrested for the crime of John O'Keefe's passing. The only person who has been arrested with the crime and indicted is Karen Reed herself, and she's going to be the only person. Nobody else is ever going to be arrested for this crime because nobody else committed said crime, in my opinion. But my overall take is it was exhausting to have the judge not step in and not to have Hank object to at least some things. But overall, what points do we remember that Alan Jackson made? Butcher paper, evidence in butcher paper, and not sure I remember any other points other than Michael Proctor signing papers, which is normal for an officer to do when he's investigating a crime. Just saying. Like, it is like that, Anna. It's like those end of the world cults that just keep changing the date. Like when the date comes and they're like, it's going to happen on, 1999, December 31st. And then, Y2K happens and nothing happens. They just move the date like to another year and it passes and it passes and it passes. And they just keep moving the goalposts. It's exactly what it's like. Yeah. It's a full week. Well, they definitely don't want Karen to look bad, but she's made herself look bad. So it's like, what are you guys really doing for her? Her own words are what sink her here. Those clips are damning. Nothing, in my opinion, in this entire trial, no matter how hard. I mean, look at Yannetti's face in this picture right here on the screen. Look at Karen, but look behind her. Look at Yannetti. Does he not look completely defeated and detached? Look at him. Defeated, detached. Like he's like thinking about something else that's not even part of what's in front of him at that moment. And Elizabeth Little too. She's kind of just staring off into space in this direction. Like, I'm sorry. I apologize. Shaggy thinks by saying they're on schedule or ahead of schedule justifies leaving early. I agree. And I don't think it justifies leaving early because as we know, just one small 30, 40 minute F up. Oh, am I frozen? I'm frozen. Hold on. Damn it. I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? What is happening here? Let me see if I can. Maybe, no. We still getting audio? No, maybe not. No, not so much. What is happening? Can you guys still hear me? My audio, my camera is not working, but my audio should be. I'm just going to keep the camera off. Okay, you guys can still hear. Great. Okay, perfect. Well, I guess my camera just didn't want to work right this minute. It wanted to close itself down. So cool, whatever. I'm just going to keep the camera off and finish it then. Whatever. in my opinion, what the issue was the shoe. Yeah, the issue was that he read the bag and it said it was the one from 34 Fairview, and that couldn't, I mean, we had the other trooper the day before who said that one was from 34 Fairview, but either one of them, either the trooper from the day before read it wrong, or when they were opened in the first trial, because remember, they were opened in the first trial, they had to be relabeled again, you know, retaped, relabeled. So there's a very real possibility that when they opened them in the first trial, they had to relabel them and retape them, and one of them got labeled wrong, is what I'm guessing. Either way, the shoe is not a make or break. They're still John's shoes. One of them still came from the hospital, and one of them came from 34, as we have pictures of anyway. But that was the sort of mix up there with the shoe, which they figured out somehow, some way. I don't actually know what happened or how they figured it out, because they don't tell us, of course, but nonetheless, they figured it out. I don't know. They never sort of told us how they figured out the problem. So I have no idea. But they figured it out because they continued on with the questioning. So, right, mistrial with the shoe. Like, that's that's not gonna happen. But if you listen to the people on X, they're gonna say, oh yes, Jackson did amazing. He said that Trooper Proctor wrote reports. Like, you know what I mean? They'll spin it any way they want. If you listen to them, they're just going to say that the defense did amazing and this is a win for Karen Reed. In reality, that's not what anyone with any sense in their brain is going to say about this at all. They're going to say this really didn't do much for the defense. They tried, but they didn't do much here. I mean, Alan Jackson just kind of sounds like a really angry, bumbling a-hole. His tone is awful. His use of trying to tell the witness what to say is not going to go over well with the jury. And trying to force people to answer the question the way you want it answered is not. If they're answering it and the defense is asking the same question, trying to get it to be answered differently, the jury's going to wonder why you're trying to get them to answer it differently, other than your story doesn't fit into that, right? So, bye, Joy. Have a good night, my friend. Yeah, it's an inverted shoe. He's very condescending. He's very disrespectful. He's very condescending. Juries in Boston, at least, I don't know about other places, but I'm from here, and they're not going to find that cute. They're just not. And there are 18 jurors. So 6 of those jurors are not going to be deliberating jurors. So he doesn't know which of those 12 are going to be the ones deciding Karen's fate. I can't imagine that any juror on that entirety of the 18 could vote not guilty on everything. There's just no chance. Not in my mind. They've beyond proven that she left the scene and was DUIing in that car. Period. She did with her own words. She said, I shouldn't have been driving. Like, you know what I'm saying? Her own clips sink her in those aspects. And jury, remember, is just like you guys. They're not stupid people. They're not being misled by a giant mob at the moment. Like, they're listening to what's happening in the courtroom only. So some of the things they're going to be confused on, like, why is he asking that? But I think Hank sort of follows it up with pretty good questioning, which is it some grand conspiracy? Did you tamper with evidence? Did you do this? Did your partner do this? Were you with him most of the time? Did you see him most of the time? It's literally like very quick, easy, answer the question points that get to the jury that sort of completely unravel all of the questions that the defense tries to push in the way of some giant, vast conspiracy that at this point has been stretched to silly straw lengths. Like, this isn't just a little stretch, okay? This is not just a little stretch they're trying to have the jury make. This is a silly straw stretch that they're trying to have the jury make in connection with some vast conspiracy, okay? So with that, my friends, I shall wrap this up. I am starving like a hostage over here. I need to go eat something. And I have to answer some emails and some phone calls and chill out for a minute myself. My back is killing me. My legs are killing me. So I love your stinking faces. If you want to make a donation to the channel, it's very much appreciated. If you donate when we're not live anymore, I'll just read it in the morning. Of course, we're here at 8:30 in the morning, every morning for trial. So of course we will be back at 8:30 in the morning. To my replay crew, I love your faces. You guys are super important just as much as my live crew is, because you guys put those comments on the videos and I appreciate that. I didn't get my mozzarella sticks yet, but I'm like, I'm hankering for them. Not gonna lie. I am like literally keep thinking about these mozzarella sticks now. But I love your faces, and I will see you guys at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. In the meantime, we have a Discord, and we know that I pop in there periodically. So see you there or see you in the morning. Everybody have an amazing day.